The D-Day is finally here. Today we get our top 8 grand finalists of Skyesports Championship 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the upper brackets day number 4. This is Nick Cross. Alongside me, it's going to be Arka joining me live on the desk, and it is going to be a wonderful day once again as we have witnessed some glorious battles yesterday. Today is going to be the day number 4, the D-Day for all the 16 teams who are trying to find out their top 8 spots for the grand finals.
Absolutely, and a very exciting day as it's going to be the D-Day. It's just going to be 8 teams who are going to be kind of disappointed but not eliminated from the tournament. That's the best part, because they'll be moving on to the last chance qualifiers where they're going to be meeting the lower bracket top 8 teams, and from there on another battle is going to be brewing up to find out which are the next 8 teams to be making it into the land finals. But as of today, the best of the top 8 teams who have got that opportunity, who have done the hard work, are going to reap benefits to get that golden ticket into that land finals, which is going to take place at Bengaluru.
Already what we have discussed earlier as well, it was about like the two teams have already got their wings and they have flown down. They've got the golden ticket and they will be flying down to Bangalore in a couple of days to play the Grand Land Finals of Skyesports Championship 2025 on 17th and 18th of May. That is going to be VASISTA Esports and Learn From Past. Kudos to our Energy Drinks partner Red Bull. Because of them, all the players, all the teams, they are feeling very, very energized and energetic in their performances as well. But right now, it is going to be a very important day because for the other set of 6 teams, at least they will be looking forward to lock their horns and get their slots confirmed. Because for the first two, for Learn From Past and VASISTA, they are very much close to the 150 points, and I believe they have kind of crossed the borderline.
Absolutely. Now, there are several other teams who are almost touching that 120 marker, which we do believe will be very close to the cutoff. But how are these teams made it so far? By following this points table. Most of these teams who have got that chicken dinner were rewarded with 10 points, and it's going to be the same for the rest of the tournament. Following up, the numbers is going to dwindle down until the 9 to 16 position is walk away with nothing, whereas the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are going to have 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points respectively.
Exactly, and we can just say from 9 to 16 you get 0 points. For per finish you get 1 point, and that is the basic point standings. But which are the teams you're going to witness if you're tuning in for the first time? So a total of 16 teams are playing this upper brackets, out of which you get to see the top 8. It's going to be Rising Inferno Esports, God's Reign, Forever Esports, Learn From Past, Blitz Esports, Autobots, Moneymakers and IQOOSOUL on the first chart, and on the other chart we have the another set of 8 teams waiting alongside. So these teams, out of which we can say that Moneymakers, they have done some good deed in terms of showing their aggression. Learn From Past, they have finally got their golden ticket towards the Grand Land Finals by scoring 145 points in the span of 18 matches. But when we move down to the next 8 teams, we have True Rippers, VASISTA, ONEPLUS, CINCINATTI Kids, IQOO, Orangutan, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Wild FANGS, LIKHITA Esports, and last but not least, Venom Gaming.
The best part is in this set of teams which we are looking at the screen, most of them are qualified and most of them are on the bottom of the table. Hero Extreme, Godlike and LE will have to do something miraculous to make sure they make it into the top 8, whereas the other teams like True Rippers, VASISTA, OnePlus and Cincinnati Kids, these are the teams who just need to find an average of 3 to 4 points, all thanks to the hard work they've done till now. But one team which stands out amongst all the other teams in the top 8 has to be the side of OnePlus Cincinnati Kids, with no winner chicken dinner till now, have attained 121 points with 71 finishes.
Even 50 plus 50 placement points, this is really commendable of them playing it consistently, playing it for the podiums, playing it for the top 5, constantly blowing barrages onto the other sides. But also when we have to talk about the comeback moments of yesterday and day before yesterday, Autobots Esports, they have made a tremendous mark. They, with one chickener, they are in 105 points. Still, the job is not done. They have to at least cross the marker of 130 to 140 points by the end of the 6 matches that we will be witnessing today, followed by which we will also have True Rippers coming into the contention, while FANGS, Moneymakers, as well as Team Venom Gaming. So Venom Gaming, they have showcased some really good performances in the previous day itself, but the consistency is not much there. I mean, they are trying to survive till the top 5, top 6, but when they are in that process, somehow or the other way, they're losing their players earlier on.
Absolutely. Now, Moneymakers are one of those teams who have had a disappointing day yesterday, comparison to the first 2 days where they were wrecking havoc throughout the lobby. They failed to somewhat convert those 4v4s and were taken down way too early, due to which they have dwindled down to the 7th position. They can be dethroned by 2 to 3 teams out here. One is going to be IQOOSOUL, Rising Star Inferno, Rising Inferno Esports, as well as God's Reign, because these 3 teams have suddenly caught up to the momentum and they're slowly rising to make sure they cement themselves into the top 8. Let's not forget to see the bottom of the table as well, where Orangutan have caught up to the other teams, but they're a little late, whereas BLITZ, LIKHITA and GODLIKE probably will look out to the lower bracket qualifiers.
Exactly. There's not much chances for the bottom 3 teams to qualify for the top 8. It's going to be a really hard task. Even when you just talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, if they want to qualify, they need at least 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, and that too, every game has to be more like a 15-plus pointer game for them to make that cut-off possible. But otherwise, when you talk about the top 3 teams in this chart, as you mentioned, IQOOSOUL, Rising Inferno Esports and God's Reign, they do have a very good chance of qualifying for the top 8, and that is because of the wins that they have conceded for themselves in the previous day. So Rising Inferno Esports, they backed up the last chicken dinner of the day, of day number 3, the day of resurrection, and from there on they have caught up with the momentum, and so do the momentum has been caught up by the players of VASISTA. They are the table toppers, there is no doubt about it, and that's why you see Fury on top with 36 solo eliminations, followed by, we have got Wild Fangs Trace God, who couldn't do much yesterday, but hopefully he's gonna shine today.
Oh yes, 36 finishes, all thanks to 2 games where Fury did stand out to his name and become the most furious in the lobby. Now let's not forget that IQOOSOUL's Gokul is slowly catching up to the rest of them, as Sahil OP from the side of LEP has a major role in his team trying to make it into the top 8. ABC Lobster, who did lose his momentum on day 2 and day 3, but by the end of day 3, to be frank, he did catch up to it, and hopefully we'll be able to see him perform much more better for the side of AUTOBOTZ, who are still relying on a little bit of healing when required.
AUTOBOTZ, they have been one of the teams, those who have kind of focused on scoring more points whether it comes down to the placements or position placements or finishes. When in the matches when they're not getting the finishes earlier on, they have decided to, we're gonna push it till further, we're gonna play till the end, and then we can grab at least 4 to 5 finishes, and that should be a decent game for us. So what they have focused on most likely is for the consistent performance and gaining almost on a like a 5 to 6 average points in every match. So I kind of like the kind of mindset of how AUTOBOTZ they have developed themselves, but also followed by that we have to also kind of give regards or give the appreciation to the side of Learn From Past, because Sahil OP has been doing a wonderful job when it comes down to the fragging department. Alongside, even Arman stepped in yesterday, but Learn From Past had their intentions very clear. They're playing for the chicken dinners and they're playing for the placement points most likely.
Absolutely. Now we couldn't break down these things further, but what we can do for you right now is try to predict which are the top 8 teams which can break through. I still have a strong feeling that Mania Magic can actually happen today, and gradually they're going to make it into the top 8, and then they're going to cement themselves, because the point difference between them and the team above them is barely 10 to 12 points, which they can easily catch up with 1 game of chicken dinner. Same goes for the side of OG, because slowly we're able to see that the Orangutans have already caught up to the momentum. They'll need 1 or 2 chicken dinners to make sure they enter the top 8 in the overall standing, and once they come in over there, we have always seen that Aru's consistency kicks up, and then all of a sudden they'll be qualifying into the LAN finals as well.
Yeah, there's surely a good chance, and even we did see WizGod stepping up yesterday in the roster of Orangutan. We also saw some good performances from IQOOSOUL as well, as you mentioned earlier, because their games in the day 1 and day 2 were not pretty much good, because we can't say that this is not the typical IQOOSOUL that we are used to see, right? But now, as we are seeing that the new players, IQOOSOUL's Goblin as well as Gokul is gelling up, well, he's just trying his best. He's in the top 5 fraggers list as well, so you can understand that the players are slowly and gradually gelling up. The synergy is getting built up, and that's how IQOOSOUL have also came up with some really good performances in yesterday's first 2 to 3 matches. But after that, even IQOO Orangutan, they were stepping really big time. WizGod stepping up, getting the frags for his team, have opened the gates for them to make a comeback.
Absolutely. Now the comeback stories have been surreal for many of these teams, and hoping to see few of those teams who have an opportunity to make it into the top 8. But to be frank, there are several teams like LIKHITA and GODLIKE who have not at all performed well in this tournament, not to the potential where they can actually bring in, because both these teams did not play with their best playing four. Until yesterday, we saw that LIKHITA finally bought in Rage God in the placement of Kyoya. And again, they experimented with the same in the next few games where, Omega was sitting out and Rage God had replaced Omega. So there are several changes coming in from their side. Probably they're still trying to find the proper beat, the proper rhythm for the tournament. Whereas GODLIKE on the other side have a different mindset altogether. They're preparing for a better pitcher. Probably what they're trying to do is try to pick up a different kind of strategy throughout the upper bracket phase, and once they know that everything is set when it comes to the last chance qualifiers, that is when I believe we can see them pop off.
Yeah, definitely. I am expecting that thing to happen as well. But even when you talk about a lot of players, yesterday was a really good day for Inferno Esports, Rising Inferno Esports. I mean, they bagged the chicken dinner when we just talk about them not being able to perform up to the mark, because this team once again have showcased some really dominating gameplay in the past couple of months, or maybe last year's entire circuit. They have qualified for 2 back-to-back official lands, and then again performing in third-party tournaments as well. Even in our Skyesports IPs, they have performed really well. And from here on, they have grown to where they are right now, but not able to perform up to how they have done previously was kind of disappointing. But finally yesterday they have figured out what to do and how to do, and it feels like they are on that run as well for the top 8 spot.
Absolutely. Now we'll be waiting to see what's going to happen throughout the day, but it's time for you guys to make a prediction and let us know which are the 8 teams you feel are going to qualify into the grand finals by the end of today. Or do you have somebody in mind who you feel in the bottom 8 are just going to pop off throughout the day, play like they have nothing to lose, and all of a sudden surprise all of us to make it into the grand finals?
One surprising factor, if it happens, I'm still about it. It can be BLITZ Esports, or maybe you talk about Forever Esports making a drastic comeback in qualifying for the top 8. I mean, there are endless possibilities, right? And we just talk about it. I feel like Forever Esports, they have a really good chance because they have like 82 points on the board. One good game of like a 20-pointer or 17-pointer game in the very first match can literally turn the tables around for them.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see how the best of these rosters are going to perform. As we already pointed out to you guys, VASISTA Esports are on the top with 175 points. It's good for us to say that this team has already found that golden ticket, but we are not speaking way too early until the confirmations come in. Whereas MAKERZ, the position of MAKERZ, Team VENOM, Wild FANGS, as well as AUTOBOTZ are still under contingency, because from the 9th position right now we have got IQOOSOUL at 99, we have got Rising Inferno Esports at 98, God's Reign at 96, and then we have Forever Esports at 82, Orangutan at 80, BLITZ at 80. So almost a 20-point difference between the team or the 14th position till this 6th position, or probably I would say 5th position. So anything can happen by the end of today.
Yeah, we have seen these kind of things happen so many times, like a 15 or 20 pointer difference. It can be covered in a single match, or maybe 2 matches. That's what you need. And all the bottom teams, so the major factor for the bottom teams is like the cutoff has not gone way too high. And the cutoff is not in such a position where you can't reach. So thanks to likes of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, learn from past in VASISTA Esports, how they have played consistently and scoring so many points that even from, if you ask me, from the 3rd spot or maybe the 4th spot to the 8th spot, it's still a vulnerable spot position for a lot of teams. Those are still holding in. They might have crossed the 100 marker, but it's BGMI, right? We just know one good match, momentum shifts, one team walks away with a 20-pointer game. The next match, again, they come up with a 10-pointer game, and now that will create a lot of havoc among the teams, those who are sitting in that bottom 8 of the top 8 position. So bottom 4 of the top 8 position. So that is going to be something that they need to kind of be very cautious about, and every other team who is in the top 8 will try to play it very slow and steady, and that can also open the opportunity gates for the teams those who are sitting in the bottom 8 made to go a little bit more aggressive and find more finishes.
Absolutely. Aggression is going to be the keys for the teams at the bottom, and so does for the teams in the top, all thanks to the points table as well. Because no matter how much you work hard, if you're still ending up in the top 3, you barely get around 5 points. So it's important for you to add up some more points through finishes to make sure it compensates well to find that average of 8 to 10 points for you to get by the end of the day the 60 to 70 points, which is most crucial for the teams to maintain this spot into the top 8. So things look a little simple for us, but for the teams inside the lobby, it seems like it's way too hard, because every single team is trying hard because they know the importance of making into this LAN finals. The Skyesports Championship 2025, which is going to take place in Bangalore, is going to be a benchmark LAN tournament for all these teams to make a comeback, because after the shuffling, now they have to prove to their fans that yes, they have chosen the right teammates and they are ready for the upcoming championships, which is going to be taking place.
Exactly, and this is where you are gonna prove a lot of people this roster shuffle. See, the main thing that comes behind all of this is like the owners, the org owners trusting the IGLs, trusting the players that okay, if this player comes into my lineup, my lineup is going to boom out and might just become one of the best lineups of India. So these kind of LAN performances again matter a lot, because there's not just your online fans supporting you while on the live stream, but also your loved ones, your family, or maybe your mother, father, or maybe the org owners coming down to the venue and watching you play live. And in there, if you can perform, you do set a very, very big impression in front of a lot of people. So if you play good, again, you are making your close ones proud, even the org owners proud, and they will be thinking that okay, I have invested some good money getting this player and this is worth it.
Absolutely. Now, I couldn't have said that better. But again, as I said, when it comes to your orgs or your org owners, especially if they are from Bengaluru, there's going to be an added pressure over your shoulder. They would want you to qualify into this brand finals and make sure your presence is known. And especially those 4 teams which we have been pointing out, God's Rain, True Rippers, then we have LIKHITA as well as VASISTA. Amongst them, 2 owners are obviously going to be happy by now, because True Rippers and VASISTA have already got their hands on that golden ticket. All they have to do is just confirm it, put it in their pockets and walk away. Whereas LIKHITA Esports and God's Rain, they're still biting their tongue for the small mistakes they've been doing. Even though God's Rain have kind of recovered from all those pains, it's LIKHITA Esports was still under shambles.
I mean, yes, they are in that kind of criteria where they're thinking that we could have qualified easily for grand finals and we could have pleased a lot of people and even pleased us with the performance. But yep, we might have to go down to the last chance qualifier, play a couple of more matches, and then we have to qualify again for the top 8 in order to qualify for the LAN. So that is where the problem arises. It's not like the war is over or the kind of game is over. It's again going to be another set of matches that you need to play in order to reach your destination, and that is a little bit hectic, a little bit lengthy process, but I feel like the more the matches you play, the more the practice you get.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting for the first game to start off yet again. We're going to be starting off with the map of Erangel. Everybody knows how the schedule has been till now. First we play Erangel, then we go into Miramar, and then all of a sudden you get the game changer Sanhok. Then again stepping back to Erangel, then a Miramar, and then an Erangel. So most of these matches being played on Erangel. Only those teams who have cracked the code of how to get that chicken dinner in the map of Erangel have been rewarded the top spot. Whereas the teams to master Miramar are somewhat in the middle phase of this tournament, especially money makers. They need to step up, because the strongest forte till now was Erangel, but yesterday it seems like they failed in that very map itself.
Even one thing is for sure, moneymakers are not making the placement points for themselves. They have 80 finishes. Can you imagine? So just for the information, the highest amount of finishes being conceded by a team is VASISTA Esports on top with 105 finishes, followed by in the second spot it is none other than moneymakers having 80 total finishes on their side. Even with 80 finishes, they are lying in the 7th position, which is a very vulnerable spot for themselves, just because they have only 24 placement points. So you can understand 80 finishes and 24 placement points. Just imagine if it was a little bit balanced. If somehow money makers would have got maybe
20 more was enough.
2. Yeah, I mean 20, even if they were in 40s, it was more than enough for them to be in a comfortable spot and also getting the golden ticket for the LAN.
Absolutely agreed on that. The same goes for the side of Venom as well. Even though they've got one winner chicken dinner so far, they've just got 25 position points in comparison to the 77 finishes which they've raked up so far. Now, if Venom are able to convert those top fives into chicken dinners, I do believe that they're going to be the next best team to walk away with the golden ticket into the LAN finals. One team which sets an example for this has to be the side of Learn From Past. If given an opportunity, they do not shy away from going with that heel strat, due to which they've got the highest number of position points so far with 74, with 5 winner chicken dinners and 71 finishes. 145 points, which we believe is very, very close to, or could be the benchmark when it comes to the 8th spot, or the cutoff, what we call as. And from here on, all they have to do is attain around 3 to 4 points on an average in every single game and end up to closer to the 200 mark point.
Exactly. You need to just, if you want to be on the very safer side, not being in a dicey position, whether you are qualifying or not, at the end of the 6th match that we are going to witness today, it's better you try to close up to the 200 point marker as close as possible. If you are in 170s, 180s, I feel like you're qualified. As we mentioned earlier, 150 or 140 is where we are drawing the line, which is what we are expecting as to be the cutoff for the top 8, because so far in the 8th position you see 102 points, so the 100 marker has already been crossed. At least 40 points is what I'm expecting we are going to witness, at least maybe 25 to 30. 130 to 135 should be the ideal, maybe according to me 130 to 135 should be the ideal cutoff points for a team to qualify, because at least in 6 matches we do expect a team to score 30-35.
Absolutely. Now, one big game can change the fate of many teams at the bottom of the table, especially for BLITZ, LIKHITA, Orangutan, and Team Forever. These are the teams who would want a 30 bomber in one of those games, and in case they do get it, and that is when they'll be coming back into the fight yet again. For the side of Euro Extreme Godlike, probably they'll need 3 straight winner chicken dinners with 20 bombers, and that is when they'll have a chance, because to catch up to the teams on the top, they'll have to get more than 100 points today, and then and only then can they make it into the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, I am really just looking forward to what can we expect. Can we expect ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids to take a chicken dinner? I mean, I've been crying and ranting about it from yesterday, because yes, they don't need a chicken dinner. They don't need to put some more pressure on their heads to find a chicken and maybe qualify, because they're already safe and sound. But still, I just want that icing on the cake.
Is it necessary, man? Sometimes you don't need the icing. The cake itself without the icing tastes much better. Let's see. I know, as you said, there are a few fans who would want to see at least one winner chicken dinner. Probably they would want to end the phase of this tournament with a winner chicken dinner and qualify in style. Probably that could be something even the fans will be waiting for. But ultimately, I still do feel that they have done enough with 121 points so far in the 18 matches which they played, and in the top 3 position, they'll have to just go for an average of 5 points. They'll get around 30 points by the end of the day, where they might end up at the 150 or 155 pointer and easily make it into the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. They should just play like that, what they have done. But just talking about all the other teams, I'm also looking forward to BLITZ Esports. I mean, if you talk about that lineup, it has got Dazzler, it has got Dronza, even Tokyo stepping up. He did also perform pretty well. East to Wipe is also there.
Yeah.
And the way East to Wipe has played in the previous day, it was really commendable, and to see how BLITZ Esports, they're preparing themselves for the bigger picture.
Absolutely. Now, since you're bought in East to Wipe into this picture, let's not forget that Aimbot from the side of Venom Gaming is also trying to replicate something similar. He's been performing for his team, and due to which his team has got those 77 finishes. Every single time his team comes to a very peculiar situation of getting wiped off, that is where all of a sudden he pops off, becomes that Batman for the team, just like how Knuckle was for the side of IQOOSOUL, and then get around 8 to 9 points to frags, or 6 to 7 points to frags, and then immediately get an average to make sure they still have got that fighting chance. Now, there are some other flag bearers for the team, just like VASISTA Esports has got Fury as of now, who do get into the quirks of this game, who do understand that now is the time for me to pop off, as we have got that due diligence, and we have got that independence to pick up those frags. And that is when he suddenly steps up to pick up 10 frags in a single game. And I do believe that's the highest by a player in a single game so far in the Skyesports Championship 2025.
Exactly. And when you talk about this individual plays, I mean, just look at it. Say, there are so many players who are stepping up day by day, day by day. And I just feel like that in the upcoming times, we are going to also see some really incredible performance. But also, when we just talk about the all the teams of upper bracket, there has been happening a lot of in the lower bracket as well, where we do see a lot of big names. Team Versatile is also there, Original Gangster, IQOO Reckoning, Phoenix Esports, IQOO Revenant X Spark, so many
Miracle,
big
let's not
names are there.
forget.
Yeah, even 4 Miracles. So in terms of chicken dinner, once again, as we have learned from past in the upper brackets, getting 5 chicken dinners, 4 Miracle out there in the lower brackets also have 3 chicken dinners in the name. So for now, Team Versatile, for your information, Versatile is on the top, sitting on the top of lower brackets, 10 on the second. It is Original Gangster with 97 points, for Miracle is in third with 92. So in there, we have a lot of things to talk about.
You know, if you want to talk about a lot of things, we also have to point out where K9 stands, and a lot of disappointments yet again hovering their shoulder, because they are still trying to do their best. They are in the bottom 4, I believe, as of now, and they'll have to perform something exceptional, something miraculous to make sure they qualify and make it into the last chance qualifiers. So let's see how it goes. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the first map of the day. This is going to be the map of Erangel, and before we step in over there, it's your duty, it's your duty as a friend to share it among your friends, so that they come in and join for this action which is going to take place in the map of Erangel.
Everything is set, everything is settled as well, as we dive into the very first map of today's day number 4 of upper bracket. And this time, flight path starts from the east and ends in Miramar. It's a completely diagonal flight path, and right away we can see the eastern side is going to be a little bit in a distance from the flight path, so the teams have to kind of glide through to reach their drop location. Rising Inferno Esports will be one of them to just look forward to having that fast drop for themselves, while Hero Extreme Godlike will be cherishing the Severny drop. Alongside, it's going to be Team Venom going towards Yasinaya. But Blitz is where I'm seeing the problem. Blitz Esports, Forever Esports, and also Rising Inferno Esports, they're going towards the direction of Stolber and Kameshki. For Rising Inferno Esports, we do know that they need to collect the vehicles and they need to rotate down towards the ears of Lipovka. But for Blitz, they can be the challenge for them.
Oh yes, Blitz, Forever, Godlike, and finally we are able to see that Godlike have come up with all 4 players, Punk, Zigod, Jonathan and Sim. They would have got that information that there are several teams moving towards the Stolber region, and for which Punk is going to get prepared. He's going to tell his teammates, probably these are the first few finishes which we need to rake up, and from then on we'll have a greater opportunity to probably qualify from here on itself. Whereas the other team in the bottom is going to be LIKHITA Esports. Pukar, Kyoya, Rage God, and Fierce are the playing forwards going to bring in the map of Erangel. I believe is a good choice for them, because Kyoya has got a higher success rate in the map of Erangel in comparison to the others.
Indeed. Also talking about the splits so far, I can literally see that there's no other team who's looking forward to go all aggressive and maybe take those early fights for now, as we mentioned earlier. But look at the circle. It's all southwest. True Rippers. It's just like, for them, Christmas came early. This is a gift from Santa itself, that you can cherish your drop location as much as you want. Primos, Query Split is all about yours. You just need to be very steady with your approach so that you can find the frags what you need, because for True Rippers, as you mentioned earlier, they are in that top 3, top 5 charts for now. But the main factor is that if you need to qualify, you still need to kind of cross the 135 marker for themselves. They're sitting on 119, so they do have a little bit of distance to cover, while we do see Venom Gaming Zyrex opening things up with the first pick. But yesterday, the first match, it was all about IQOOSOUL, VASISTA fighting it out, and True Rippers also in the mix. And that was all about Fury's domination, where he took 10 solo finishes all by himself.
Absolutely. Every look and corner he saw a player, and this was the moment which I was shocked sucked because he took a small peek and the burst spray was so perfect that he literally put on a player who had a greater advantage, and when you knew his position was right behind the drop. But nevertheless, Fury is going to be wanting to get some more such achievements under his wing, whereas the other teams, they'll be looking forward to put him down first because he's been the strongest link for the side of LIKHITA Esports. VASISTA, to be specific.
Yeah. Talking about the power pack performances, I still expect that Joker and Aditya to do something better, but it's unfortunate we're not seeing Spray God in the mix. Not sure about why isn't he playing this match, but it's a really important match for the likes of Moneymakers. They have been doing good job when it comes down to the finishes department, but if they need the position points, they need the players to be there till the very end, and for that they need all the 4 players playing every match.
You know, you speak about every match, but if there are certain teams who need to play well in every match, then one amongst them have to be the side of Godlike. Bottom of the table, we see that Simp and everybody are still waiting for the finish free to pop off. We saw 3 teams head towards the Stolberg region and no action has taken place. Each and every team have respected one another, and they've all gone for a split. Whereas Forever right now on our screens are now moving away from Godlike, somewhere between shooting range and Rozok, heading towards the ruins. Because their early rotation might pay off because the circle is way far away from Stolberg.
Quick rotations around the clock. The circle is something that everybody is looking forward to put some notice on, and it's something which is a little bit unlikely for the teams going towards the extremities of the eastern side of the map of Erangel. They have to cover a long distance. Some of the teams rotating quickly will be looking forward to get some better compounds. But for teams like True Rippers, VASISTA Esports, they will have so much breathing space to work around with in the first 2 to 3 circles. But for the teams like Learn From Past, Forever Esports, who are rotating down towards the southern southwestern side, I'm just wondering how many rotational clashes we can expect from the northeastern quadrant.
I don't think so there's going to be many, since everybody knows that there are certain teams like LIKHITA, they've got complete control of Pochinki as always. Then you've got Rozok under the control of OGs as of now, which is a little bit of a different scenario altogether, because IQOOSOUL have that priority to have a spread amongst the school apartments, the main school region, and sometimes extend their wing towards the Rozok region. So with them being absent, OGs have now been given a little bit of a breathing space where they can easily walk into the circle, probably take the water cities or extend more towards the center of Gatka region.
The Gatka is completely vacant for now.
Yeah.
Because VASISTA, loot that they had to do, they have done it. Now they have moved down a little bit. So this is the southern side, on the hilly areas of Gatka. But they want to have the topographic advantage and ridges to play along with. But when you talk about this team, LIKHITA Esports, we were mentioning yesterday Fierce, Pokar, Kyoya, Rage God, all of the players being in that lineup. Kyoya was benched, Rage God was brought in, but it seems like once again Kyoya has he has performed in every other team that he has been a part of previously. Let it be Metal Esports, let it be Reckoning. This time even joining LIKHITA Esports. I feel like he has a lot more potential which he is yet to showcase us.
Speaking about potential, we've got the side of Forever Esports. We have to speak about this team. So far, they've got 82 points, and they did show us some glimpse of brilliance in the beginning of this tournament, especially this phase. They've got a very good balance between the position points and finish points of 41 each, and have a total points of 82. Whereas they have not got any kind of chicken dinner. Even though there were some instances where they could have converted few games, it's just that small mistakes done, the textbook mistakes which we refer to, those were the points which actually took that chicken dinner away from them. So we'll have to wait and watch. But as of now, Manya, eyes all set on the side of Wild Fangs. Anuj to OP. It becomes a little bit not cautious about his surroundings, then Manya is just going to punish him. And we have been seeing lately, Manya is not shying away from being one of the best assaulters for his team.
It's a high time for IQOOSOUL, right? And you do know that if the IGL steps up the game, it has happened previously as well. Whenever we have seen the IGLs who are not working as the prime assaulters stepping up and finding the finishes, it has boosted the confidence of the entire unit, making them function like a unit altogether and finding the wins for themselves. And for IQOOSOUL, it's much needed. Goblin is in a good form. He has been picking up players left, right, and center. But the form is that bit missing from the side of Knuckle, if you ask me. We have seen a lot better performance from his end, but for now, it is not the Batman. It's not the IQOOSOUL's Knuckle or Mr. Dependable that we have been seeing in the past couple of days. And it happens. In the performance, there's always ups and downs, but as soon as Knuckle comes back in form, I believe IQOOSOUL will have a boost in their rocket.
Oh, I just love what the production is doing right now on the eastern side. On the scoreboard, they just showed us the different amount of finishes being taken by different teams. And sadly, when we look at Wild Fangs, you were pointing out the importance of IGL contributing in the finishes for the team. And Wild Fangs, Sensei has got just 5 in comparison to the rest of his team, who have already crossed the double digit. So probably if he steps out a little bit more, bees that entry fragger to give out information, which he's been doing lately. I mean, it's not like he's had a bad performance so far, but the role given to him to scout in the furthermore part of this map, he's also been that frontline assaulter. He's been doing a good job. It's just that he's not able to convert those knocks to finishes.
It's a little unfortunate when these kind of situations happens, and even when you just ask Sensei, he has led one of the most consistent teams in the past, but right now, Manya against the odds, the fights, it has already started. He's waiting for the right moment to strike in. BLITZ is completely surrounded. Manya, he wants to get that one opening, and he does find one. Rambo, knock and confirm. Manya is still trying to fight it out, and the crossfire setup works out brilliantly. It's IQOOSOUL providing the backup for their IGL as Manya single-handedly handled the situation. East to Vibe, he's been knocked out. Rambo has been confirmed, but Manya, he was way too in the open, and Tokyo shots him down.
Absolutely, Tokyo has got another opportunity to strike, and he strikes hard as Gokul gets in closer. The damage has already been done. Now Tokyo, is he going to jump down? Yes, he's going to jump down right into the face of the enemy. He's going to put him down as well. And next comes Goblin, the man who's come back for his team, the man who's considered to be the god for the side of IQOOSOUL. Can he clutch this out as Tokyo is trying to find ways to get in closer? He opens the door in the TPP to get some information. Goblin does the same. The mind game between these two players have been set up perfectly. Tokyo opens it on the other side, not allowing him to go in for the revival, trying to find as much time as possible so that BLITZ on the other side can also revive their teammates. 2Wipe is giving all the information possible, but sadly, the bad part for both these players are nobody is going in with those throwables.
Look at this. Tokyo doesn't have any throwables to work out without like not having smoked. He just have 2 smokes with himself, but that's a nade being cooked up. Good position. Flash damage. Goblin goes all big, hamming down, finds down one of the players, but now another player's position is revealed. He's just hiding back. Not a very good space to work out with, but he has a DBS. 1 DBS, 2 shots to make things happen, but IQOOSOUL, they deny everything and grabs 4 beautiful finishes in their name, while Knuckle needs a quick revival. He needs to be quick. Goblin, he reaches in time.
Oh my god, what a perfect execution coming in from the side of Goblin. And this is why he was bought into this team. The last ray of hope suddenly becomes the big sunshine, which is shining bright over his fans and his teammates. What a beautiful gameplay coming in from his side. The presence of mind to make sure that he grabs the attention so his teammate survives until the very end. At one point of time, we thought that IQOOSOUL have done the biggest mistakes they could ever do in the map of Erangel. There comes the man to save the team, Goblin.
He has been doing a wonderful job in the previous rosters as well, and now he's being an exceptional. Exactly what IQOOSOUL needed. But same goes for this man. He has been, he is actually in a very good form. He's made some good comebacks, and his recent performances have made him an MVP of a major big tournament. But right now, Anuj too OP. Does he have an idea? That's a big question. Shots has to be fired. Jonathan, is he going to take the risk? The shots have been fired. Anuj too OP is trying to flee away from the spot. Jonathan's position has been completely compromised, and the shots on him, it's just too much to handle. He drops down a very low HP, but safely he has come back inside the cover areas. But now I believe it's high time that he should just back away from the spot that he's holding, because that is not a really good position to walk out with.
Trey's got out of the picture while FANGS obviously under pressure. And every single time a team on the top is going to be punished, that makes way for the teams below the 8th position to capitalize on it and make sure that they dethrone these teams. AUTOBOTZ, IQOOSOUL and LAFB still have to make it inside the circle. A very, very different kind of a circle for the first time we are witnessing. With the shoreline still in the circle, things can turn out to be much more interesting. And lately, for some fans, they've been watching True Rippers very closely, because in this tournament, until now, if there is one IGL who's been 100%, who has got 100% success rate of holding the center of the circle, no matter what stage it is, it has to be True Rippers Jelly.
No doubt. And this time also the spray that True Rippers are having around the coastal areas, it's really, really impressive. And capitalize it properly. That can be deceiving as well, but Toxic gets taken down. It's going to be Venom gaming up against AUTOBOTZ. Ralphie, he has been doing a wonderful job. Zyrex has been taken down. He's the first one to get the first pick of this game itself. And he's being popped off. The damage is just too much to deal with. Ralphie needs one good opening if he wants to strike back something. But now Ralphie drops down to almost 30 or 40% of his HP. He's going for a revival. Alto and aimbot has got a really big task to deal with. And Alto finds one. Ralphie is down. AUTOBOTZ, they're into shambles as Venom gaming one after another. They're picking up the players. But everything is happening in the northwestern side of Hospital. And now there's not just only one or two teams. Hero Extreme Godlike are there in the close proximities as Lobster is trying to flee away from the spot.
Absolutely. On the other side, we're able to see that Cincinnati kids are going to be the next team to be, kind of peppered down by the side of LIKHITA, who's trying to make it into the circle, and a very, very different twist in the tail with the circle shifting all the way to one corner of the map, as Jonathan on the other side, when given an opportunity, does strike hard, and aimbot down on his knees. There's no way his teammates are going to be coming in to save him right now.
Oh, look at Reep's position. He wants to at least get one or two knocks. One good spray can just take down Z-God if he wants to, but not exactly having the idea of where Hero Extreme Godlike are because of the tree leaves, which is guarding his view. But AUTOBOTZ, again, I feel like they're going for heal battle strats, because for now Ryu has just got 20 bandages and 2 first aids to walk out with. But Alto, Zyrex, everybody has fallen down in the pieces, and even Lobster has got the final confirmation of Venom that will mark the end of Venom gaming in the very first match of Erangel. That's not a really good start for them, but for the likes of AUTOBOTZ, look at them. They've got 3 finishes.
Oh yes, all in the hands of Lobster, and this is what I was referring to when we showed the stat of this MVP player for the side of AUTOBOTZ. Lobster has always been that key player. His survival until the very end of the map can provide you with 3 or 4 more points. The valuable average of 8 can easily be given by a single player. As of now, look at the circle shifting all the way towards Premox, and that splash of colors all converging into that small space of hot compounds could be ending up with an urban warfare necros. And the latecomers like Godlike, I wonder where they're going to place themselves in a cluster like this.
They have to play through the ridges, they have to play on the shorelines. That is the only option, is what I see for Hero Extreme Godlike. But for you, my friend, who are watching this live, you do have an option to grab a Red Bull for yourself to keep you energized and hydrated at the very same time while you watch your favorite teams play in the Skyesports Championship 2025. But for now, as we jump in to the action, Hero Extreme Godlike, they have entered
Oh
Almost
no.
they are close to the circle, but it seems like they have IQOOSOUL to deal with as the gatekeepers.
Absolutely. All the fans will be waiting for these two bulls to lock horns. They're rather called the big bulls of the lobby for sure. As Godlike and IQOOSOUL are very close to one another. The circle center, this is where things are turning out to be different. All of a sudden, it's got to be LIKHITA again trying to pepper down few players, whereas the exchange of bullets from either of these teams are going to be paving way for another team to be coming in. As Punk is going to be taking down Goblin, it's a different war which is going to be brewing up right around the corner of this circle.
One of the players of Forever Esports just picked off the player of IQOOSOUL, that was Goblin, and it was capitalized by Punk. Similar thing happened in the third party that Hero Extreme Godlike did outside the areas of Hospital against AUTOBOTZ and Venom Gaming, where they were the ones to walk away with some really good values and some really good outputs. Even like for AUTOBOTZ, they had 3 finishes of BLITZ Esports, whom they have wiped out in the Georgia Northern City. Not a great start again for BLITZ Esports, but for now, the main concern is holding on to their grounds and finding good finishes, and it feels like the northwestern side of the map, it's going to be really clustered. IQOOSOUL, they have set their own fielding, they have all the players set in the right position, while from between them and Godlike walks past the team of Learn From Past.
Learn from past. Have been given, a great opportunity out here. Silopi getting way too close towards the side of Sim, probably will be peppered down with some bullets, and somehow he's going to be surviving that onslaught coming in from 2 different teams. Whereas here comes the opportunity for IQOOSOUL to strike against the side of Godlike. Will they choose to prioritize the circle, or will they choose to take this fight?
Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been taking the fights left, right and center, Arca, and I feel like they will be looking forward to engage and then maybe eradicate the like of IQOOSOUL and then move inside the circle. Because so far their intention has been loud and clear. They are focusing more on finishes rather than any placement points. But for IQOOSOUL, it is a really important match, because if they want to qualify for the grand finals, they have to start things off early, and having lost Goblin already, it's going to create a lot more pressure on them. But Hero Extreme Godlike, it seems like they are just dwindling around and trying to figure out which player or which position to strike first.
Now this is where Godlike have been phenomenal in this lobby. They're still playing to the previous meta, but Punk gets taken down with a perfect grenade, landing right next to him as the Batman is down to his work. Jonathan from a distance will have to do something special, but even before that, Gokul is just gonna crush the skulls of Punk to get that finish for himself, as Johnny's location is gonna be compromised. It's gonna be Knuckle who's still gonna wait. Patience is gonna be the key for this fight, as Godlike and IQOOSOUL will now have to prioritize the circle, let go of this fight, and somehow find some really good footing inside the circle.
Sensei, in the meanwhile, he's confirming the players. Honey was knocked out by one of the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. It was Jonathan, but now the confirmation comes from a different end. But Lobster, out of nowhere, this man hops in and finds down Z-God. Or maybe with Simp. But
oh no.
it's really not something that you would expect, but PWI confirms Z-God and Hero Extreme Godlike. 3 of the players are down and out, and Jonathan is the only player surviving from their end. And he's also not in a really good spot, if you ask me. Forever Esports right in front of him. From the backyard, it's going to be Learn From Past, IQOOSOUL. He's just an open finish, which can be claimed by anybody who looks onto that direction.
Absolutely, Jonathan. His survival is going to be so much more crucial for the fans of Godlike, because they do not want to end up seeing their team at the bottom of the table no matter what. Whereas IQOOSOUL, the patience have paid off. They waited for a really long time. They have understood that the blue zone damage is not so great. And somehow Johnny finds a little bit of a hard cover. Now Johnny is given an opportunity to take revenge for all his fallen comrades. He's got one last smoke to deal with. And at the same time, he's going to be looking at Forever as well.
Look at this. The position has completely been compromised, Arka. The circle is a really big urban warfare that's we're going to witness. So many teams. You can see at least like 7 teams across the city of Murmansk. But right now, Jonathan, he can't peek. 4 crosshairs pointed towards his direction. Once he's visible, he's a dead man. But right now, Aditya trying to find out that one player, Goten, he's been a super saiyan in the previous match that he has played in the map of Erangel yesterday. But right now, the run of Rising Inferno Esports ends here with the last confirmation of Goten, which will be confirmed by Joker itself. While AUTOBOTZ, again, this time, how in the world this man finds so many first aids?
I mean, every single time AUTOBOTZ have been the last team to survive. We know that they rely on that heal strat and they're still finding success with it. As IQOOSOUL now trying to adapt to the new meta, but still bring in the tinge of that old meta over here. Trying to play it from the corners of the circle. Wait for the blue to touch your back, and that is when you start to move. And that is how they've been playing. That is how GODLIKE has been playing in the new meta. And this is going to be an advantageous situation. As OGs at the end of the circle, at the midst of the circle, is still punishing the side of Moneymakers.
Moneymakers have to just get finishes left, right, and center. But once again, they are in the urban warfare compounds, so they will be grabbing a lot more attention as compared to the other teams. But yes, the players have been knocked out. You do see Aditya getting a quick revival from the side of Clutch God. IQOO Orangutan. They're also trying to find out the players, but IQOOSOUL's Knuckle is being shot out. Beast has to take him out no matter what, but Knuckle is doomed. He's confined in a position forever. R2 as well as Beast will be taking care of him. IQOOSOUL, the other party comes in. Manya finds one. Gokul wants to get another opening, but R2 couldn't get the connections right. IQOOSOUL, they have been in the scene for a long time, and finally they're rising above the ashes. 8 finishes in their name. Manya is getting a quick revival. Gokul is the one to help him out, but Knuckle needs the help. Knuckle needs to enter the circle, and eventually he will. He has a lot more first aids to work around with, but Lucifer, 1 nade can be problematic for any of the players of IQOOSOUL. It was close. Knuckle drops down to a very low HP, but 1 good nade can also cause problems to the side of Forever, as Knuckle has been taken down and might just be confirmed by Lucifer at any moment.
No, this is going to be a different story altogether for the side of Team Forever, as Manya is now picked up. Even though his teammates is right now in the shambles, he's now going to be stopping. 9 finishes already, peak of the average, and then you have this team shining bright amongst them all. The late rotation is paying off for them, but Gokul, this man has been phenomenal till now in the map of Erangel. Look at that, every single grenade he's tossing is doing damage to the opponents. Another one goes in, but Manya is like, you know what, let's step into that cover. Let's make sure that pick up those players. Gokul sitting in the back seats is making sure he gets the information of the players and also trying to take shots. Phoenix, the last man standing. Can he do something special? A 1v2 is required to make sure the team survive, but I don't think so. That's going to be possible as 2 shotguns are going to be pumping against him, and Manya is going to put that final nail in the coffin. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, IQOOSOUL are still looking unstoppable with just 2 men standing.
11 finishes in the name. IQOOSOUL, this is a performance that everybody wanted. They were standing in the 9th position with 103 points on board. This time, IQOOSOUL, they have got some vengeance within themselves that they want to kind of accomplish. But eventually, when you talk about Moneymakers, they're causing problems for the Rise. For the God's Reign side, Justin has been put down. Even other players like Apple has been taken down as well. 4 finishes so far in the name of Moneymakers. They're in the top 9 for now, but they need a lot more position points if they want to be on top and if they want to qualify for the LAN Grand Finals. But for now, a lot of teams to deal with. Even God's Reign Delta PG has decided to walk away and not give the finish to any other team. With 4 finishes, God's Reign departs at 9th.
Oh, God's Reign, they needed a very good game. It seems like they've just found an average one, as True Rippers now concentrate completely on the side of LIKHITA Esports. Not a good time for LIKHITA to find a knock. And it's got to be Tukar who's down on his knees. And the opponents are pushing in hard. A good grenade coming in either by the side of Kyoya or Fierce is going to give a very different outcome altogether. But both these players will also have to make it inside the circle. And Sam has got his crosshairs set. But they have to be very, very careful. As OGs, they're waiting for an opportunity to strike against the side of TR.
This is a good opportunity to rip as they are just moving slowly and gradually inside the circle, eradicating every other possible stoppage that is coming in their way. IQOO Orangutan's AKOP has been knocked out and will be confirmed by Ninja. There's no doubt about it. But Ari is cooking up a nade just the neighboring. But now Ninze, just wonder what he's going to do. 2 finishes for now. Side of True Rippers, having lost Shelly, it's going to be a tough task, but Kyoya confirms the left out players of IQOO Orangutans who were knocked out before by Ninze. The confirmation comes up from the side of LIKHITA Esports as they are trying to get as many points as possible from every other end possible.
And look at what's happening over here. Manya is still going to be the last man standing for the side of IQOOSOUL and is still looking for some more finishes. Puts down Sam, builds that pressure. It's going to be Kyo Limao is going to be the next target, but Kyo Limao plays it very, very cleverly. Goes into hiding, allows the blue zone to do the damage, and then comes out when the blue zone has finished off IQOOSOUL. True Rippers needs to be careful as 2 to 3 teams are now concentrating the firepower on them. LIKHITA Esports with 2 men standing, True Rippers with 3 men standing, and now we have the side of ONEPLUS, Cincinnati kids who've got 5 finishes and they've got 2 men standing as well. So who is going to be winning this game and who's going to be making it on the top of the table, because all these teams required more than 10 points to make it into the top 8.
The need should be problematic and this should do the job. IQOO Orangutan takes an exit in the 6th spot. Veyron was the last place surviving, but True Rippers, they have taken care of them pretty precisely because this is their home. This is the home ground of True Rippers and they want to make sure that no guest leaves unattended. And for now, ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're into shambles as well. You talked about Mighty has been taken. Flock is barely surviving LIKHITA Esports. They are literally forcing an artillery strike on the likes of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. Mighty will be confirmed, but Flock, this position is really, really valuable. It can be valuable for them, but now it's time for Red Bull standoff mode. We've got 5 teams remaining, 8 players surviving. LIKHITA Esports, 6 finishes, and a dream to take a chicken dinner.
Dream shall be answered very soon as True Rippers, they've got a better footing in this. Flocky gets taken down by Fierce, and all of a sudden LIKHITA Esports are looking like a new favorites to pick this winner chicken dinner aside of True Rippers. Ninze, who's covered most of the topography, is waiting for an opportunity. AUTOBOTZ gets cleared off outside of the blue zone. Ninze is waiting for an opportunity, shoots at Kyoya. Look at, try to listen to those sound cues, and now an opportunity comes in front of them. Grenades are going to be tossed in. Fierce, look at the way he's just slithering through the smokes, making sure that when given an opportunity, he's going to strike them hard. As Kyoya gets confirmed, Fierce location is going to be so much more crucial as Sensei has also got a chance to end the side of LIKHITA Esports right here.
Oh, look at the crispy connection from Kyo Limao. 6 finishes in the name, and Sensei, he's trying to fight it out, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the team who is completely forged in red. True Rippers will be ripping things apart to win this first match of today's day. Total of 7 finishes registered. Kyo Limao and Ninze single-handedly dominated the entire Promos to clinch their victory. 10 points, and with 7 finishes, they will be getting a 17-pointer game for themselves, which will once again help them make sure that they are qualifying to the LAN Grand Finals.
I mean, True Rippers, they've been phenomenal throughout this lobby. There was a point with the sandwich between the side of LIKHITA Esports and OG. They did execute that fight so perfectly. Jelly guided them perfectly and made sure that they damaged the side of OGs who were looking much more dangerous because they were the closest team. And once they executed that fight perfectly, then they concentrated on LIKHITA. And once they knew that LIKHITA was busy taking down the side of CK, they did not rush in. They took their time. They waited it out, and once they found that this is the time for us to strike, that is when they stepped in. The lack of manpower, the disadvantage of not having all 4 players for the side of LIKHITA Esports weighed way too heavy against the side of True Rippers.
Actually, starting from this kind of moment, Kyoya popping off the heads has been really, really something that everybody wanted to see from a long time. And even the last fight, I really thought that one good nade could have ended the run of True Rippers, but Fierce, he did not have any utils to work out with and eventually got the confirmation. And even Sensei tried his level best to bring up Wild Fangs to the top 2, getting 6 placement points for himself and for his team. And even Wild Fangs, they will be pretty happy with the number of points that they have achieved from this match.
Absolutely. Wild Fangs, That is why there's a difference between an assaulter as well as an IGL. Sensei could have gone in for the peak shot, or rather not give away that final finish and given it to the blue zone, not allowing the opponents to gain more points to outnumber them. But ultimately he understood it's True Rippers who's in front of them. No matter how many points they rake up, it's going to be an advantageous position for Wild Fangs, because the more the teams on the top dominates, the more lesser the teams in the bottom will have an opportunity to get in closer. So the strategy seems to be red fine as an IGL, but as an assaulter, I did feel that he failed a little bit, even though he's got that opportunity.
Exactly, and I feel like now this is this can be a big decision in making, but also when you talk about the performances that we witnessed in this very first match of Erangel, it has been a great game for IQOOSOUL, and if I am not wrong, with this performance, they were dwindling around in the position of 9, and from there, if they want to take a jump, they might just hop closer to the top 5 or top 6. But we'll have to see where they are lying. But with all the data and all the stats, we will be coming right after this shot. What a wonderful match we just witnessed, and True Rippers literally raising their flag high, and most likely they're also on that one step away from getting their golden ticket in their hand, because VASISTA, yes, they have got it, but I feel like True Rippers, maybe like they have also crossed it.
Let's see. Once the overall standing comes on our screens, that is when few confirmations might land up in front of us. But yes, it's good to hear that two Bangalore orgs have already made it to the LAN finals, which is going to take place in Bangalore. You know, being a Bangalore boy since RCB, we have been playing really well, but finally we are doing well in esports.
Yeah, I feel Arka, but for now, you can have your own wings, like how True Rippers were having their own wings inside the match of Erangel. If you just need to grab your own Red Bull energy drink while watching the matches, because again, the outside temperatures are scorching hot. If you want to feel energetic, you want to feel hydrated, this is one of the best drinks that you can grab while watching, with the popcorn and the snacks, or maybe the lunch that you're having for now. But moving towards the stats and the MVPs, who is going to be the MVP? It has to be Lemar with 4 finishes. So we can just say that this man has been doing a wonderful job for a longer period of time, and he steps up at the very right time when he is much in need.
Oh yes, True Rippers. This team has been showing us glimpses of brilliance from the past 2-3 months, where everybody were doubting with these 3 youngsters joining Jelly. They're like, can they actually prove themselves to be a really good team? And all of a sudden, the synergy seems to be sitting perfectly amongst all these 3 players, the 3 assaulters and Lemar. This man has been phenomenal when it comes to the frontal battle. When you look at the point standings for the first time, we're going to be seeing LIKHITA Esports in the top 2 with 12 finishes, whereas True Rippers are top of them all with 17, all thanks to the 10 position points, the chicken dinner, which they could attain.
Yeah, exactly. And now with this 17 points, they will be rising up high, while FANGS will have those crucial 9 points for themselves, which are most likely going to help them a lot. But in the overall standings, VASISTA still on top with 176 points, Learn from Past with 145. You do see True Rippers rhyming in the 3rd position with 136. So they've finally crossed the 135 points margin. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're also not way too far behind with 129 points on board, while FANGS jumps onto 5th with 114. AUTOBOTZ is there 113, but IQOOSOUL having 111 points on board and jumping onto the 7th spot for now.
Oh yes, this is what I was speaking about. Manya's Magic slowly make it into the top 8 and suddenly perform so well that you get your golden ticket, and make sure they are also coming to Bengaluru to hoist their flags up high. Whereas as of now, we're going to be looking at the bottom of the table. We have God's Reign still stuck up with that 100 marker, as Forever Esports, Orangutan, BLITZ and LIKHITA Esports, even though they're performing decently well due to the lack of hard work in the previous few days, they're still at the bottom of the table.
That is really something that will be just kind of poking them for a long time. But hey, we have 5 more matches left, so I feel like we have some time to kind of think and maybe re-strategize, do something extraordinary in order to maybe qualify and surprise all the people watching us live. But right, it's going to be the map of Golden Sand. We will be diving into the map of Miramar very shortly. The teams are already set, the players are already set, and I feel like this is going to be a really interesting match for a lot of teams. Specifically, if you talk about ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they will be looking forward to bag up a chicken dinner, or maybe just to get some really good points in order to just confirm their qualification. So for now, we can just say almost like 3 teams, they have finally made the mark, they have crossed the margin. But right now, it's going to be the time as we dive in to the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand. And this map of Miramar, again, will be bringing up some new storylines to work out with.
Absolutely, the flight path is going to be pretty interesting, because this time from Porto Pereso ending Tambay between Torrejemada and Clacrobreria, I'm getting a deja vu feeling. In this kind of a circle previously, we did see the circle forming somewhere towards a truck shop and the Al-Azhar region, and teams to be attaining the center of the circle did play really well. As of now, we'll be looking at which of these teams will be, trying to play it really safe. The teams who are playing to the center of the circle have been achieving really good points, and for the latecomers, finishes has to be the best answer.
Finishes, just like what happened with IQOOSOUL, end number of finishes 11, if I'm not wrong. They have taken away in the map of Erangel, and right now Miramar again has to be something of a similar demonstration from their end. Because if they just play their cards right, IQOOSOUL might just jump into the top 5 as well. So that's where their fans want them to be in. But for now, you do see a lot of teams dwindling or just flowing over the urban compounds of Los Leones. You do see ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. You have a look on Wild Fangs. And Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they've decided to just take a split drop around Minas, Generlas, as well as we do see Punk being very close towards the Los Leones side.
That cluster at Los Leones, it's starting to give me a lot of concerns, because in case the circle does happen towards the Los Leones region, then it's going to be the calm before the storm. All these teams are just going to hold on to their horses. Nobody's going to engage at the very get-go, because everybody needs more than 10 points, especially the teams at the Los Leones region. Whereas the story is a different tale to be unfolding as the circle goes way towards the north, towards the La Cabrera region. And it's going to be LIKHITA as well as IQOOSOUL, the two teams at the very center of the circle.
This circle again will be a big test for all the teams in the southeastern side. We talk about Rising Inferno Esports. They have to rotate so long if they want to reach the circle. And in that rotation, either they have to be a little bit quick or it has to be extremely slow. The only two options that they have, because if they go quickly, then they can grab some sweet spots for themselves and gatekeep the other teams. But if they are, or other than that, they can just be way too slow and let the other teams rotate quickly, and then slowly and gradually they enter the circle, because they can tank up the blue zone damage. And they have been doing this for a long time, but it seems like learned from past. They have some different intentions to work out with. IQOO Orangutan, they are facing some backlashes as AKOP has been knocked and confirmed as well.
Orangutan trying to do their best to survive in this game. Whereas again Venom Gaming going back to their same strategy when it comes to the map of Miramar. All four of them sitting in a single vehicle, rush against anybody they can find, put one player at a time down, make sure they get the confirmations as well. Whereas LEFP on the other side, they're being punished ruthlessly from the side of OGs, as Paradox, the last man standing from here on, will have to make it very safely into the circle. And OGs, I do believe this was the time for them to step up. And guess what? Wild Fangs coming to backstab them, and they've been successful in putting down the IGL himself.
IQOO Orangutan, they were showing hopes yesterday, but right now it seems like the match one was not that great of what they expected, not an ample amount of points that they could have got for their side. But even now, losing Aru and AKOP, the IGL and one of the crucial assaults is down and out. It's going to be problematic, but Veyron comes up from a different angle and finds down Anush 2OP. That was really quick, but Trey's got Ansem just above his head. It's going to be a tough job, and even he did not have much better guns to work out with, and that's going to be the end for IQOO Orangutan, as Wildfang starts off pretty well with 3 finishes in their bag.
3 finishes, is it going to be enough? And now an opportunity comes to all the teams below them. BLITZ at 80 points, LIKHITA at 72, and GODLIKE at 48. Now they have an opportunity to make sure that they make it into the top 12. Whereas Paradox trying to be the cat in this cat and mouse chase, trying to wait for an opportunity. It seems like Anush 2OP is just going to fall and get knocked out, and this is an opportunity where actually Paradox can take advantage of. He can go for that finish, get that finish immediately, or put down another player who's trying to come in for the revival. But has he got the right kind of guns? That's the big question which is yet to be answered.
I don't think Paradox has any kind of guns for himself. And Anush 2OP, I'm just wondering how is he gonna get blamed by Sensei? It's like, this is how you get knocked out. But okay, keeping jokes aside, VASISTA Esports still in the proximity, in the vicinities of Picado, and there's nobody to contest them, and they are in the most southern shore of the entire circle. And finally Zin decided it's no more horse riding. I'm gonna just pull up with this beautiful Mirado.
VASISTA Esports, the team on the top of the table. I still like the way they think in every single game they play. They're playing it as if they have nothing to lose. They still want to bring in new strategies. They still want to play to make sure that they do not lose that momentum, the consistency. Try to work on the small mistakes, polish themselves to be a better diamond in the further games to be played. Whereas LAFB, with the last man standing, will now pick up as many first aids as possible, as they can go in for the heal strat to somehow make sure that the team survive into the top 3 and get an average of 5 to 6 points.
Average is something that you need to maintain in every match, but I'm just wondering how Blitz can make something out of the games that they have left with. The first game was a disaster against Autobots. But I really want to know your opinion, Arka. If you were a player of any of the teams and you're constantly facing drop clashes in your own drop, or maybe the kind of drop that you prefer, and you need to qualify for the top 8, and you need to qualify to the grand finals, and for that you need to be in top 8, what will be your decision that you would like to take in order to qualify?
There are two ways of taking this. One, if you feel that your team has got enough firepower to take the team head on, I would strategize myself in such a way that I converge on one player at a time, make sure I execute, because it's my drop location and I know that plays in and out. Probably, if not, come into the drop location, go to the nearest compounds, loot well, come in, gatekeep these players, make sure that I teach them a lesson every single time in such a way that they do not come into my drop location yet again. If I do not believe that my firepower is enough as of now, I would rather choose a different drop location, make sure that I have the heal strat as a backup with one of my players, and then try to take the fights when required.
Yeah, that is definitely a wise choice. But now that the situation is escalating for the side of Blitz Esports, I really, really want to see how they are looking forward to make those wise choices for themselves, because they have options, right? As you mentioned, they have options, but it's just that they need to just plan it all together and get the most out of it. But Forever Esports, they're also in those situations where they will not likely to be in. They're in the 13th spot with a total of 84 points on board. And for them, if they want to climb up the ladder, they have to go and do some heavy lifting. And in the terms of heavy lifting, they need to grab the matches. They need to grab finishes, grab the placement points, get chicken dinner 1 or 2. But the main factor is that they are only left with 5 games, including this one. So you don't have much matches to make the comeback possible. Same for Rising Inferno Esports. They're alongside the, almost close to the top 8, but still not exactly in the top 8 spot.
Look at how the point standing is. Even now, it's still anybody's game. Even now, it's still anybody who can make it into the top 8. Probably we can remove LIKHITA from this equation just in case they attain another chicken dinner with a 20-pointer. I do believe that they might also come into the race. But as of now, it's Blitz at 80 points who can just attain a chicken dinner, make it into the top 7 or top 10 easily. Whereas we were speaking about LIKHITA Esports, and it seems like they are in shambles, as it's going to be the push coming in from the side of LG, who have caught them off guard, and all the players are just getting assaulted. Somebody stop this team, as Venom Gaming, they've chosen aggression over defensive gameplay to make sure that they have points on the table. 5 points already in the pocket. Probably this is the next team to make it into the top 8 and make a firm statement that yes, they are ready for the grand finals.
They need violence. Venom Gaming has always been one of the teams to look out for. 79 total finishes on their name just before this match started, and right now adding 5 more, closing up to the numbers. But for sure, Venom Gaming, it has to be a very long journey for them in this entire map of Miramar. It has to be. They're sitting in the dead center of the circle. They have a lot of compounds to work out with. Look at the esports on the other end. If you ask me, they're coming with a really wide rotation. They have a lot more space to play. They are in the areas of Hacienda, and now how they are rotating, they're trying to grab some high altitude position across the water treatment surroundings. And if they do find one, there is a high possibility that that place will be contested by either Hero Extreme Godlike or maybe Venom Gaming.
I somewhere feel that Kyoya, the last man standing further side of LIKHITA, would rather find some hard compounds, try to look out for some first aids rather than, trying to get a high ground for himself. Because he's the last ray of hope for the team. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that IQOOSOUL on top of El Pozo, right next to Crater Fields, making their home ground. And expecting the circle to be forming somewhere close to them. And that is when they're going to strike.
Forever Esports, they have a beautiful position to work out with. But also, the last time we were seeing God's Reign performing, it was yesterday. The first game was not something that they would like to remember. It was not a great Erangel for them, but this Miramar, it can be different. They have the entirety of Hacienda Del Patron under their control. They are securing this compound all to themselves, and they have all the 4 players to work out with. We've seen what Justin and Delta could do when they work out together, when they function like a well-oiled machine. That's what God's Reign needs right now.
Pro Repairs, look at their commitment to this fight. Even though they have nothing to lose, even though they've already got the ticket into the grand final, still committing right to the epicenter of this all at Hacienda, making this place their home. And as the house of the Mafia, it's sad for us to see the Mafias have still not made it, but Viper finds Manya on the top of that mountain, punished him, put him down on his knees, and is looking forward for that confirmation as well.
Oh, it's tough, but VASISTA Esports, they're hungry, they're the table toppers. They don't have any dire need of points, but still, they want to spoil the game for the other teams. They will make it tough for the other teams to climb up the ladder, but eventually when you just talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, Spunk has been taken down, Semp is also knocked out as well. The confirmations are coming in, and it's going to be BLITZ Esports to strike back while pushing away the remaining players of Hero Extreme Godlike away from the compounds. A lot of shots being fired, but now Hero Extreme Godlike, they don't have any other option rather than just settling down in a nearby vicinity. 2 of the players remaining, while BLITZ Esports, they do start things off better for themselves in this map of Miramar.
Hacienda Del Patron, if this place turns out to be the final circle, it's going to be this team who knows this place in and out way better than anybody else. Godlike, from the time Z-God and Johnny have been playing for the side of Godlike, from then this place has been the drop location. So they very well know how to traverse around in this house of Mafias, but will the circle come to this position? As of now, we're able to see that MAKERZ, the team who's struggling right now, finally with all 4 men, coming to the map of Miramar. And it seems like Joker has an idea where Nakul from the side of IQOOSOUL is, Gokul from the side of IQOOSOUL is, and Clutch God, he's stepping in closer against him. Grenades are going to be tossed in from either sides, and I don't think so either of them are going to be rewarded with any kind of knocks.
Oh, Spray got this nade. No, it doesn't give much damage to Gokul, and even Nakul from a distance was constantly providing the cover fire. But this nade should do wonders. This nade should do the damage. Gokul was going up close and personal. This is a good moment, and Spray God, he's been taken out. Clutch God comes up close and personal, but Gokul, he has done the damage, but Clutch God is still barely surviving, and Joker from afar is constantly giving the cover fire.
Oh, no.
From behind comes a ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids Flock as the party spoiler. And that's really something that you don't expect in this matter of time, and that's a free finish gifted towards the side of MAKERZ.
Oh my goodness, what a game it had been for the side of IQOOSOUL. Gokul did the impossible, and then out of nowhere, the luck doesn't favor him, and eventually gets taken down. But ONEPLUS, it's not just the side of IQOOSOUL who they're punishing, they're also punishing the side of Cincinnati Kids, or MAKERZ as well. And they put down Spray God. Probably the confirmation also might have gone through. Yes, the confirmation have gone in, but the retaliation coming in from the side of Clutch God has struck fear in the hearts of Cincinnati Kids, who are now trying to run away from this position. I don't think so. I don't think so. MAKERZ are just gonna let them breathe so easy.
It's gonna be a tough job, but this is the higher altitude grounds where you need to settle and establish your empire. The circle is completely favoring the Crater Fields heights, and so do these positions are going to matter so much. And if the one who takes a proper control of these lands, of these hills, they will be getting a lot more finishes so far. 2 finishes registered. Aditya, they are looking for some better positions for themselves. And now the only thing that comes in their way is going to be IQOOSOUL. 2 of the players in a big split. Talk about Goblin, talk about Knuckle in 2 distant areas. Manya and Gokul has been knocked in, confirmed. But just imagine, Arka, if this circle shifts down. All of them have to come down from the hill and they can be those easy preys to the likes of VASISTA or any other team.
Now, I still wonder where the circle is going to be forming. In case it happens somewhere close to the crater field where these teams are holding high ground, then it's going to be a warfare of throwables, and then the heal battle comes into picture. Whereas it goes away from here, as we can see, VASISTA Esports holding that hard compounds are actually making sure they do not allow anybody to get in closer. And that has to be the right approach when you're holding the center of the circle and having a hard compound for yourself.
Exactly. So far, we are in that one dead phase of the game where you don't see much fights. You only see the rotations happening left, right, and center. All the teams trying to find out some sweet spot for themselves inside the circle, find those hard compounds to play along with. That is where a lot of teams are still waiting and dwindling around outside the circle, trying to figure out from which point they should enter in order to be in a safer position. That kind of thinking is going on in the mind of Punk and the entire unit of Hero Extreme Godlike, because they're just left with 2 players, while IQOOSOUL's Goblin, he has a lot of sound cues to work out with, because Rising Inferno Esports, they're just beneath them.
Goblin needs to do another wonder over here. It's not like he's not capable of doing, clutching in these situations. It's just that he needs to be careful. He knows that he's been tagged off from different directions before. And all thanks to that, rich glitch for few of these players, they do understand that there's a player right above that mountain. The circle still favoring the crater fields is going to be a breather for the teams on top of those mountains, especially the side of Moneymakers and IQOOSOUL.
IQOOSOUL loses another one that can be really problematic, and for that, Goblin and Knuckle, they need to be really stubborn in their position. But it seems like AUTOBOTZ Lobster, he's a war guy. He never stops with his finishes. Even Toxic will find some of the confirmations of Forever Beast, but Ado strikes back, it seems, against Toxic. AUTOBOTZ and Forever Esports, they are having a really good fight among each other. But for now, it's going to be AUTOBOTZ trying to find out something. Lobster left all alone. He did manage to find out the openings but couldn't confirm it. Toxic is the only one to get one confirmation, but how in the world is Lobster going to just escape from the spot? He's trying to find out the position of Phoenix. He does have an idea that there is one player hiding behind the rock, but it's really tough for him to decide which one to take out first, because one player is out in the blue who can be a really, really good target for Lobster if he wants to pray for.
Oh, look at the shift in the circle. Look at how it's going to be favoring the teams who are fighting out way too close to the blue zone. And all of a sudden, what we have predicted, Necros, is coming out true. The circle is shifting away from crater fields, and all the teams on the top of the mountains will have to go in for the early rotations. Because if they make it late, there could be many crosshairs who are going to be ready to welcome them with a pour of bullets.
Just imagine 15 teams surviving in the stage 4 of the circle. This is going to be really hectic. This is going to be really congested. All the ends, all the teams, they will be pouring in just few fractions of seconds. IQOOSOUL, Goblin, and Knuckle, they're also trying to reunite with each other. They were in 2 different hills, but right now it's high time that they stick together and play together.
Oh.
While you talk about, there are some neighbors who are being a little bit noisy for them.
Oh yes, Lobster trying to do his best. Now he attacks off the king himself, but Johnny, his presence of mind has been phenomenal, traversing through those ridges, somehow makes it safe into the circle. Now grabbing all the attention, Lobster, how long is he going to survive? That's a very important question, because similarly, we did see that Kyoya, who's been the last man standing, has also been busy with the shenanigans. Picks up one of the players of AUTOBOTZ, and now he's done the damage against the side of Moneymakers.
Zigod is just trying to struggle. He's trying to survive, but Zigod finds Phoenix down. That's a really precise spray, and that's a really good connection coming up from his end. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they're also surviving. Zigod patching himself up with the med kits. But right now, 2 finishes, both of them in the name of Z-God, and it seems like Hero Extreme Godlike, slowly and gradually, they're establishing their properties as well as their position inside the circle in the northern front. But eventually, he has been spotted completely by Rising Inferno Esports, so not a great position for Jonathan to be in. He has to stay indoors, he has to stay in covers. Otherwise, it can be really problematic if he gets knocked out.
Absolutely. Look at that. Jonathan has got 17 finishes, still being the MVP for his team. Whereas Punk is catching up slowly. And I'm a little shocked to see that Godlike is playing with Cronton. Is it Cronton? No. Okay. Johnny gets taken down, and Z-God is going to be the last man standing for the side of Godlike. All he has to do now is make sure he revives his teammates and also continue his assault to take down Lobster as well.
Lobster knows about the positionings, and he has got 30 total finishes for his
so
team.
far. Yes.
He is one of the most crucial players of his team, and he knows it pretty well, but this quick revival is really much needed. Will be smoked off, but Lobster comes in. It's a 1v1 Z-God. If he can pull this off, he can again safeguard his team once again. But Rising Inferno Esports, they're creating havoc. It's not just a 1v1 because there are third parties coming here. Left, right, center. Z-God slams, but Ninze from afar will be getting the final confirmation. My bad, it's going to be Sam from True Rippers. Oh, Z-God. He had made the thing possible, but True Rippers spoiled the dreams of Hero Extreme Godlike surviving further inside the match, and they are clearing their path slowly and gradually as once again True Rippers, they're sitting in the dead center of the circle.
Absolutely. Justin now trying to do his best. God Trainer coming back to their true form, have punished the side of Wild Fangs. As Blitz too close to Venom Gaming. Many of these teams have still got that solo survivor. But Z-God, what a performance it has been. It seems like he's catching up to his prime yet again. And what a time for him to do so. As Blitz on the other side. He's been tossing some really good grenades. Tokyo has been really good lately. In the previous game as well, he's done a great job. Fury gets taken down from the side of VASISTA Esports. And that shows that there are more than one team in the vicinity.
Oh, look at the positioning. IQOOSOUL's Knuckle finds on Scary Jaw. The shots being fired on Viper as well. IQOOSOUL, they have the topographic advantage, but VASISTA Esports just believe that they're trying to fight it out. But Scary Jaw's confirmation is what Goblin awaits. Shots being fired. Does not have a lot more ammunition to work out with, but IQOOSOUL, they're trying to make sure they find as many finishes as possible. But Viper is taken down by Jatin.
Knuckle, not a good time for you to do this. You needed those vehicles to get down from this hill. And now coming by foot, you're going to be attracting a lot of attention. Goblin trying to do his best, give cover to his teammate. He does see the side of Wild Fangs, trying to take shots so that he keeps them at bay. As Knuckle gets in closer, it's going to be Zen putting out smokes, which is going to eventually reveal his location. Goblin, are you going to do the same thing? Yes, he does the same thing as well. But somehow, he does survive.
Oh, look at this.
Oh!
Shots being fired one after another. Tokyo, he tried his best, but eventually he will be falling down. Knuckle even has been taken down. This is IQOOSOUL against the odds, but Goblin still trying to fight back. But with that, I believe it's going to be the end. Aditya puts the final lane in the coffin. IQOOSOUL, they will be eliminated in the 9th spot. A really good run, but eventually when you just talk about True Rippers, they're still standing tall. The circle is not way far, but the main problem is every team will be dropping down from above. They should be easy targets with Rising Inferno Esports. Quick revival is what they need, but PMWI IQOO, one good nade can literally wipe out the entirety of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids from that position. Mighty gets taken down, and from a distance, it's going to be Sam creating havoc for the players of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. While they were aiming to just find some good finishes and good points for themselves, it seems like it's a very dicey position for the likes of Zerif. If he can survive, he might just pull off something great, but I don't think that's a really good position to work out with.
Absolutely, Zerif. He'll have to either get down into business, immediately comes in closer, but that's not going to be the case, as it's going to be BMW IGL, who does the deed for the team, ends the misery for the side of Cincinnati kids, sends them back home. Whereas on the other side, a close range battle between Zen as well as Owen, but Owen is going to be reigning champion between himself and his opponent. A 1v1, well played Owen. He's going to be healing himself. Good chicken gameplay if you ask me.
Look at the shots. Ninja trying to make the connections. The main thing to Rippers they're focusing on is keeping all the 4 players alive. BMW IGL, that vehicle is just gonna burst out. He needs to just make some good distance so that he doesn't get in that explosion.
Oh no.
That 1-8 Saf can literally cause trouble, and Apple has been taken down while Apple confirms on to OP. Sev takes a retaliation. It's going to be Justin against the wall. It's going to be against Wildfangs. The shots has to be connected. And Sev, he puts the final nail in the coffin. And Wildfangs with 8 finishes. They are looking forward to enter the circle. But what a brilliant nade from the side of BMW IGL. He gets one good opening. But Sev, he is completely clueless, helpless. He couldn't do much at that position. While True Rippers, they are still fighting against the Oscar. Lamar trying to make those connections properly. And Owen, with that being said, Rising Inferno Esports, they will be eradicated. And once again, with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, True Rippers. What a day, what a game.
Absolutely, stepping into that hat-trick opportunity is going to be True Rippers. Right behind them is going to be LIKHITA Esports, making it into the top 2. What a game it has been for Kyoya as well, when the complete fan base of LIKHITA Esports were doubting on the abilities of Kyoya. Is he the right pick for the team? Suddenly answers it all with the last man standing. Try to make it into the top 2 and pick up 2-3 frags amongst, all that chaos. Does show that this team is still hungry to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this is where you are seeing this is day number 4 of upper brackets. Everybody is trying their level best to be in the top 8, to be in the top charts. It's never an easy job, but also when you just look onto the bigger picture, I feel like, okay, there are some hopes. There are some players who are pushing past their limits to be on top.
Absolutely. Now the points table is going to look so much different. We have seen Wildfangs perform well. OGs got eliminated early. Then we have got True Rippers getting another chicken dinner. And with this, it's good for us to say that probably True Rippers have got that golden ticket and is the next team to make it into the grand finals. Because VASISTA Esports, they've been consistent, yet again picking up frags when given an opportunity. So these 2 teams being so consistent and almost crossing that 150 marker are going to be the first 2 teams to make it into the grand finals.
Exactly, and I feel like this is really something that everybody needs to watch out for. So many teams are just still loitering around and trying to find out the points, while this one team single-handedly is gaining points in every other match. But we'll quickly jump on to a Red Bull replay of what happened in the final circle. True Rippers, they had all the control, but Wildfang Saif, he did a fantabulous job holding onto the grounds and getting points for his team side.
Absolutely, and this Saif we've been missing for a really long time. We did try to survive for the longest time possible. His true reflexes are also being tested at several moments, and slowly and steadily the prime Saif is coming back is what is good for us to say.
And this is much needed. Wildfangs, they are looking for the bigger picture. They're looking for to be in the grand finals. They are in top 8. The position that they hold is still, I wouldn't say it's a dicey position. They have 4 more matches left, at least in today's day, and in 4 matches they can literally, if on an average they find out like 4-5 points, it's good to go. They're good to go and they're good to qualify for the LAN Grand Finals. There's no doubt about it. But the other side, there are a lot of teams who are struggling, but they're making small and gradual comebacks like Rising Inferno Esports. But we will have a lot more discussion on this with a lot more stats and the overall standings right after this short break. The entire environment is literally going red and red all over because True Rippers, the way they are ripping things apart, this is the dialogue that I literally told when I started the previous match, but again I'm telling it now because back-to-back 2 wins for that team, particularly as Jelly. He is the Mr. Consistent when it comes down to catching the circles, being in the dead center of it.
Absolutely. Now, Jelly is one of those players, and all of a sudden, we're able to see that LIKHITA Esports is also kicking up things. Slowly, they're understanding the gravity of the situation, a consistent performance coming in from their side. But I wonder totally how many points have they raked up, because they'll need more than 10 points in case they have to make it to the top, or rather, they'll need wings to make it to the top of the tables as well. So, somebody needs to send them some Red Bull immediately.
Exactly, and I feel like for now they will be sending the Red Bulls to the other teams as well. Okay, guys, we are in the dead center. Every time we are in the circle, where are you guys at? You better grab a Red Bull and at least fly and come inside so that we can take a fight and take more finishes. That kind of a statement can come up from the side of True Rippers, because the team with the most amount of chicken dinners was learned from past, right? And now True Rippers, they had 2 chicken dinners before today. Now back-to-back 2 wins. They're just closing up to them. And right now, the MVP has to be Trey Scott with 4 finishes.
Absolutely. Trey Scott. I mean, he's been phenomenal throughout the game. Saif is also one of those players who will be sharing the limelight with him in this game, because every single time Trey Scott gets into trouble, it's always Saif who comes to save him. But there's very less situations where we have seen Trey Scott is in need of help whatsoever. Yes, 4 finishes. MVP rank is on the top 2 already. He's still picking up frags after frags to make sure he holds the top position. We're able to see over here, True Rippers are going to be on top of them all with 16 points. Fangs catching up closely with 12 points. GDR finds a good average. LIKHITA Esports, all thanks to Kyoya, have got 7 points coming into the top 2.
Exactly, and it was really important for LIKHITA Esports to grab some couple of points, but again, I don't think that 7-8 points are going to make any changes to the entire overall standings, and that's where you see True Rippers in the second spot with 152 points in the board. So 2 teams have crossed the 152 markers, and both of them based out of Bangalore. VASISTA Esports, True Rippers, they will be pretty happy with the results that they have got for now, but once again, their eyes will be still aiming for some more and more higher points for themselves.
Absolutely. Whereas on the bottom of the table, this is where the storyline is still brewing up. Venom on the 9th position with 112 points, closely INFERNO Esports. And then after that comes God's Reign with 108 points. OGs still trying to find that beat, still trying to make sure that they becomes the king of the jungle, because upcoming next is the map of Sanhok. Whereas BLITZ, LIKHITA and Forever Esports very, very close to one another. Finish points has been the key for the teams in the bottom.
Exactly, they have got some good amount of finishes, but not enough placement points to work out with. But for now, this is a real testament for the teams rising Inferno Esports, Team Venom. They have to gear up and in such a way that they do grab a lot more points, because once again, we are jumping onto the map of Sanhok. Can it be a hat-trick win for True Rippers? Sanhok has not been quite favorable for them, even though they have been inside the circles.
Yeah.
The gunfights were not quite familiar, of which they would get a chicken dinner. In the past 3 days, we haven't seen them performing that well in the map of Sanhok. So that raises a lot of concern, but this is again a real testament for a lot of teams, because the map of Sanhok has always been the comeback kings or the comeback story makers for a lot of teams, but whether or not it's going to be for some, we'll have to watch out for that.
Absolutely. The next game is going to be underway, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for you to share it among your friends. Bring them all out here, because this one replicates something very, very close to the southern part of Karnataka, or southern part of India, with more of those frosty and a lot of trees in and around. But look at this flight path. Lakawi ending somewhere between Tambang and Nakam. And most of the teams will have to go towards the Paradise Resort, Hathin or Mongnai, might be contested, because teams landing first will be looking out for the birds in the sky.
For sure, it's a lovely place to be at, Arka. Not gonna lie, the third map itself is gonna bring a lot of colors. And talking about the way the teams have been performing, True Ripper so far so good, And now, when you look at the flight path, it's just absolutely giving the room and space for every single team to head towards their desired location. Camp Alpha, one of the places where I believe IQOOSOUL is going to head forward yet again, and there we can see a lovely drop clash coming in. Wild Fangs alongside Moneymakers. I don't know where Moneymakers are right now, but if Moneymakers were there around this corner, Wild Fangs would have had a really lovely treat.
Yep, the circle. This is gonna be the circle, a blessing in disguise for the side of IQOOSOUL. The fans are gonna be rejoicing this because every single time a circle like this is formed up, IQOOSOUL have made sure that they convert it into a chicken dinner. The success rate has been really high. But True Rippers, we were speaking about the most consistent team in the lobby so far, at least in the first two games, have now found a finish against them. All thanks to Moneymakers, who have started to do the deed.
Oh, I believe still there's one team who have landed with just 3 fellow teammates. And I'm hoping it's not Hero Extreme Godlike, because it has been a multiple situation for them to always drop down in 3-man, specifically whenever it comes to Sanhok. I would love to see them having a comeback of their own as well. Position points, it still is at a single digit, Arca. And I'm hoping that it can be brewed up to a really good lesson as well. But I believe Godlike, they've already initiated this battle, but it's not them who have come with 3 players. No, it's 4, so that's lovely. Shall renew for now, really good accomplishments right across the corner. Did see that one single person from the entire group, from the likes of IQOO, Orangutan. That was a really nice execution coming from their end.
Absolutely. Now here, I think Godlike is trying to make a statement. I think from here on, they would want to mark the biggest comeback in the history of esports, in case they do so. All foremen standing, Charlie Noob. By the moments of this player, I guess this could either be Johnny. Oh yes, it is Johnny. The dress, everything. Yes, that's Johnny.
No doubts there. No doubts whatsoever. Hoping for a perfect loot. Right now I can see with Moneymakers going ahead and making their own cha-chings as well. For sure this time they have been very silent. Previous to this, every single time they used to have that drop clash against Wild Fangs, but this time they have chosen somewhat of a peace treaty out there, and I believe it's going to work out for the best. It's a very small map. You can traverse from one corner to the other by just taking one tuk-tuk and accelerating down the street. You can reach towards the circle as well. That's the reason we see a lot of doctors in this area. Paradise Resort, one of the places where I can see God's Rain going ahead and trying to figure out what needs to be done with the driving or with being the passenger. So that's still going on in the head.
I do believe that they're resorting for an early rotation coming over here. Because they know the main island for this circle is going to be Camp Alpha. And IQOOSOUL quickly looting the Camp Alpha region is trying to make sure that they get the higher grounds around the Camp Alpha region. Forever, they've been going in for an early rotation. But let's not forget the clutch camp yesterday. Easy Vibe was literally making sure that every other team trying to make it into the circle were in shambles. Snatching away the hard work of other teams were one of his priority, as well as there were some shots being connected really well by this player. And let's see whether he'll be able to do so.
Yeah. We'd love to see if a similar kind of performance comes in today as well. Every single time I've seen multiple players go ahead and showcase some really lovely. How shots fired? Players very close. Yash, he has the slightest bit of idea. He's looking like a crouched Bengal tiger as well. Just currently figuring out from where the opponents are coming from. And he's called in the backup as well. The entire squad have learned from past. They have played so well in the previous times. But now against Wild Fangs, they have to do something miraculous. They have to do something really good. Seth, he has been that one pillar for this team who has given a lot of contribution. And now is the time for him to chime in yet again. Opening the doors, giving the information. Wild Fang, they're slowly getting the entire compound area, but it's only 3 players around the vicinity. Yash, shots fired onto him with the S12K. Yash, is he ready to go ahead and give the perfect response that he's waiting for? Or he might just be taken down Aid in hand, getting it cooked, waiting for the right opportunity, and same thing goes for Anuj as well. Anuj, if he proves to be that perfect person who's gonna land that lead onto the opponent, it's going to be a perfect frag coming in. But look at the flank angle, equally good. Saf has taken Yash down, and this just embarks the journey of a 4v3 now.
Now, on the other side, Moneymakers are again coming back to the shenanigans, taking down one of the players of LIKHITA Esports. This time around, Wild Fangs playing it very, very safe. Sahil completely healed, now can go in for a peak shot. Does try to connect one or two. Saf somewhere in the open, doesn't get taken down. Anuj on the other side is going to be punished. Seth also gets taken down. Sahil is pushing to do a 1v3 over here. Goes in for the pre-shots, does connect it well, and with that puts an end for the complete squad of Wild Fangs. What a gameplay coming in from this player. Yes, Honey from a distance does do the damage, does do the deed as well. But Seth, oh my goodness, the way he grabbed the attention, he needs to be credited for it.
Always, Arka. Whenever we see learn from past itself, just going ahead and stepping up, but long range battles, and Wildfang was stuck with yet another team. That is right. God's Reign was near in the vicinity, and Apple yet again doing the deed. He did knock a player or two from the likes of Wildfang, and that's how the entire team crumbled down into bits and pieces. But there's another fight being brewed up. It's the battle against the gods.
The two sets of gods in this lobby. And it seems like there's going to be one who's going to be healing against the side of AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ, after doing the deed against Apple, is now trying to play it as safe as possible. The revival might be probably, a top priority for them. Whereas Destro from a distance also get punished. And slowly we can see the pressure mounting over these people's shoulder.
Oh boy, shots fired all across. You can just see every single one of them just getting lit up. The HP dwindling down. Destro, Apple, both of them crying for help. And on the other end, we have IQOOSOUL as well. This team, yet again, height advantage. Every single time we look at them, they want this hill. They always get this hill as well. And it's regardless. Even if the circle is going away, it's okay. They take their own sweet time, and that's where they go ahead and call in the rotation. But Justin, what is he waiting for? Chalray noob right in front of him. Justin still having that perfect trigger discipline. 3x scope. Yes, it gives a lot of room. It gives a lot of space. But alongside, the shots need to connect as well. Justin, what's it going to look like? Are you going to stay for the long time? No, it's not going to be the case. 3, 2, 1. Both of the players have gone ahead, taken those shots, but one in the middle of all of that has been taken right. Oh, Justin, thanks to Punk's individual brilliance, he has taken him down. It doesn't work like it anymore.
No, can they revive Jonathan across the shorelines? I think they can. Looking at the feed, courtesy to the production right now, the BAP feed, I can see that Simp is immediately resorted to go help his teammate get revived, and now the late rotation might pay off a little bit. Whereas on the other side, we can see that Blitz versus LIKHITA might take place. A good Molotov being tossed in from the side of Tokyo, who's been brilliant so far. Rage God again resorting to another throwable, getting closer to Kyoyo. I don't know whether he has an idea. As Blitz trying to push in. Footsteps being tracked on perfectly. A grenade is going to be landing perfect towards nearest feet. Rage God trying to do his best. Puts another grenade somewhere close by for the confirmation. But he's going to be relying on his gun to get that confirmation. Does it perfectly. Now Kyoya, can he get in closer? Another Molotov is going to be tossed in. Presence of mind seems to be perfect coming in from the side of Rage God.
Wait, here's the thing, right? I've seen LIKHITA Esports go ahead and play, but I believe this time the edition has for sure given them some kind of results. But it's not going to be okay if they get 1 or 2 eliminations. They need more than just that. They need position advantage as well. But on the other end, I can see Likhita, they're prepared for every single thing thrown at them. True Rippers, they've been playing 2 games consistently, so good. And now all of a sudden, they've hit that break. 2 players already gone. Ninze alongside Kyolamao. So this is not a good sign for True Rippers. As long as they can go ahead and play for a position advantage, that'll be the best thing for them. But other than that, taking this fight against Likhita Esports alongside Blitz, it's going to be a tough task for them to accomplish.
Oh yes, a grenade is going to be tossed in against Rambo, making him go into shambles. Now he's going to be falling back. He needs to be careful. Rage God on the other side, a good opportunity for him to fall back. He doesn't need to commit to this fight. He can do what Kyo did in the previous game. Try to play for some position points and then probably be that next ray of hope. Rage God still waiting for that opportunity. As Blitz on the other side, changing position after position, trying to make sure that they catch True Rippers off guard. As Jelly's position could be compromised. Sam in deep troubles. Can Jelly give the right kind of cover? Tokyo is making sure that he checks all the angles and immediately goes in to punish the side of Sam from True Rippers. As Jelly's location also could be compromised over here, ladies and gentlemen. And Blitz slowly recovering from a very, very bad position to making sure that they conquer the side of True Rippers. And Rage God, he needs to be careful. If BLITZ have done the deed against the side of True Rippers, it's now time for him to fall back.
Sam was lingering around way too long there, hoping to get at least a frag or two, but could not do for a longer time. Blitz, they're really, really good when it comes to having that flank angle right there, Arka. And presence of mind on point. Rage God still stuck in that compound, but Blitz, they know what they are here to get, that one finish point and to end the entire destiny of Likhita Esports. For now, healing all the way. And Rage God, he thought that he was safe. No, he wasn't. Dazzler was just waiting right around that corner. And that peak was actually really, really good.
Absolutely. Rage God, a valiant effort coming to an end from his side. And with that, Likhita Esports' dreams are going to be shattered for now. The strongest map for the side of Likhita has always been Sanhok. And this time around, they're suffering in this map. Whereas on the other side, Spray God gets knocked out from the side of LEFP Honey, who's been a phenomenal player for the team. Grenade is going to be tossed in. I don't think so it's going to reap any kind of benefits. But Honey, how will he tackle the other 2 players who are gatekeeping them at the bridge region?
Honey. We learn from past whenever it comes to them, right, Arka? They absolutely love to devour the situation whichever they're put in. Whether it be getting the position advantage, whether it be getting the entire finish count onto their name, every single thing has been really, really good from there. And that's the reason you can look at them currently sitting at the 3rd position. Multiple chicken dinners from their end, 146 total points as well. So overall, a lovely play coming from their end. Same thing can be said for True Rippers as well, but unfortunately in this map, they won't be able to perform as the entire squad has been nullified. Phoenix, yet again, putting in all of the first aid kits, bandages that he can, and then somehow head towards the circle. But the chances of being gate kept is so darn high. That's the reason they're not taking any step moving forward to enter towards the circle. They're taking it very slow in order to get the information and then later on do something good. But talking about ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, Arka, could you tell me, could you fill us all in onto how their performance is going on in day number 4?
Cincinnati kids have lost a little bit of their momentum. The consistency has not been there when it comes to taking those frontal battles. Probably they're trying to do something different, something out of the blue. But before I continue about Cincinnati kids, if we could get the map feed on the screen right now, things are looking way too different for all these teams out there. Punk is gone in for that rotation. Will he find the right corner? Because 50% of this map or the circle is in the waters. As RIE have got a very strong footing in the circle. There's only one compound for teams to be taking, where Team Forever is slowly trying to make it to that corner.
Trust me on this one. If you're seeing VASISTA Esports right around the corner, it's not going to be that easy for the opponents to hold that compound till the very end. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids slowly lunging, leaping, and creeping inside one of the crucial places just to get the early hit onto AUTOBOTZ. It's a really nice split coming from their end. But ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, I believe they're ready for every single thing. But Toxic out of nowhere, he has taken Mighty, and Viper has taken down Juicy as well. This is a lost cause for them. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids are all of a sudden surrounded with trouble. And this one place is not going to keep them safe at all. Somehow, one revival is going to come through. But once AUTOBOTZ knows the exact location, they're definitely going to go in, slam hard, and get all the 4 finish points.
Now, Cincinnati kids, since they are on the top of the table, all they have to do is make sure that they get some finishes for themselves. They don't need to worry about the position points. 8 points or 5 points average, what they need can come either through position points or finish points.
Ouch.
But AUTOBOTZ toxic. It's been a very, very toxic player for the players of CK. Taking down players after players, trying to build pressure over their shoulder. And for now, they've got a divided attention as well. From one side comes the side of LEFP, and from the other comes the side of CK. How are they going to manage this pressure mounting over their shoulder?
Very simple. Take those isolated fights and do not get in the crosshair of the opponents. That's it. Side axe. Lovely. Nade being cooked right up from him. Lovely splash damage. Takes down that one lone survivor who's outside in the wilderness. Phoenix, he's been taken down. I don't think so. He can call in his teammates to even help him out at this point of time. One finish point can be secured instantly from the likes of Venom Gaming. And they will do it mightily right there. Hero Extreme Godlike on the other end. Yes, they're taking yet another fight. And I'm loving it that they're showcasing some enthusiasm when it comes to the final day. Oh! Honey!
Beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of AUTOBOTZ is now going to be put to an end. They did pester down the side of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kid for so long, and they were waiting for an opportunity, and now they strike to eliminate the side of AUTOBOTZ. Whereas VASISTA Esports, they were waiting out in the blue, waiting for Cincinnati kids to make a small mistake. But once they clear that part of this map, they understand that the back lines are clear, and then they can concentrate on any team who are trying to make it inside the circle, or probably looking for the frontal battles and convert those into another chicken dinner.
Oh my God. Not liking the current looks of every single team out there. VASISTA having the 4-man advantage. Talk about IQOOSOUL as well. Hero Extreme Godlike. They're looking really, really good. Alongside Rising Inferno. 4-man squad, they look strong. Moreover, Rising Inferno there, they have the perfect circle as well. We're talking about IQOOSOUL taking a different battle altogether. They know that in order to take away that one thing that Rising Inferno has, that is a circle advantage, they need to take this fight as soon as possible, and that's what they're doing. And on the other end, MAKERZ, they're not making it easy for them. They're like, these points can be ours as well, and that's what they're loving to do. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're chiming in as well. Arca, this feels like a battlefield all of a sudden.
Oh yes, Godlike trying to make it into the final circles and grab another chicken dinner. And so goes for the side of IQOOSOUL, who have not lost a circle like this before. The storyline is falling in place, and to add on to this storyline, to make things much more interesting, you have got the complete squad of VASISTA Esports, who have got a very, very good compound for themselves. The next circle forming in is going to write a fate for all these teams. Godlike, oh my God, IQOOSOUL is not going to stop themselves from stepping out of that cover, making sure they finish off another squad, and making it much more easier for them to grab that chicken dinner bite's throat. Goblin is going to go in for the heal. Knuckle is trying to do his best to take down players, but Aditya from the side of Moneymakers are making it a little bit hard for the side of IQOOSOUL as they put down some more players. Grenades are going to be tossed in from either of these sides, and guess what? The circle has a different tale to say, as it's going to be favoring the side of VASISTA Esports, who have a view of the complete circle in front of them.
My God. Look at Hero Extreme Godlike. Just look at them. 8 finishes strong. Still have a 4-man squad. And they're not letting all of that go. They're still wanting to fight more. Goblin, for now he needs to calm down, not go ahead and engage. But unfortunately, the entire team has been bitten right off. They could not manage the entire wrath of multiple teams. Money makers, talk about Hero Extreme, Godlike, all of them just chimed in at the right time. And right now, money makers are being a huge pain for the likes of Hero Extreme, Godlike as well. They have eliminated the entire team. What just happened? Money makers, you absolute devil gameplay.
Moneymakers just made sure that they snatch away the limelight from that of Godlike as well as IQOOSOUL. Whereas VASISTA Esports, their patience again pay off. No matter how good they are in the overall standing, even though they know that they would have been qualified into the grand finals, they still look out to make sure that they get another chicken dinner. Prepare for the bigger deed.
Lovely.
Prepare for the better tomorrow. Fury is going to get another finish in his name.
Annihilated. Now the entire circle belongs to VASISTA Esports. There's no one around who can go ahead and claim the throne, let alone Mighty. He's been taken out. Aditya, well, bitten right off. Last player, he is going in for the heel battle as VASISTA is just jumping constantly and lunging, leaping, understanding that there's no one around in this vicinity. Zyrax, look at him. Well, he's on a buggy. He knows that he can charge forward as well, but for now, he's just going to focus on healing himself as the heals are slowly depleting. 6 more left in his backpack. VASISTA, a beautiful game coming from their end. 4-man strong is how they entered in this entire lobby, and 4-man strong is how they're looking currently as well. They're going to get the 10 points of the winner chicken dinner. They're going to get alongside some really nice scores as well when you talk about getting those eliminations, finishes. Every single thing is rolling for them. Moreover, they're sitting at the top. Now they're just confirming that they are the table toppers. That's it. There's no one who can give them the challenge and make them head towards the second page at all.
Absolutely, but Zyrax, the ex-player of the same VASISTA lineup, is now out in the open, thinking perfectly. And, I was expecting something like this to be taking place from the side of LIKHITA Esports as well. The last player standing, Rage God, I was expecting him to survive until the very end, try to heal himself, but did commit to the fight against BLITZ and then ended up in a bad note. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the winner chicken dinner. All the fans of VASISTA Esports are going to be cherishing, as Fury is going to be adding some more feathers to his crown to make sure that he holds the top spot when it comes to the MVP of this tournament.
Exactly, what an enormous game it was for VASISTA Esports, and they will be pretty happy with the kind of demonstration that they have given. But also when you just talk about the performance of how Godlike were playing, right? They had a really good flow for themselves. They had like 6, almost 9 finishes in their name. But I mean, this is the kind of game that you would love to see from your favorite teams, but it is like just too late for Hero Extreme Godlike to just bounce back to the top 8 spot. It's more likely they're just prepping themselves up for the last chance qualifier, and if they make it from there, that's a different story.
Absolutely. Sky Championship 2025 have new tales to be told. This is when we saw that Godlike and IQOOSOUL in the final circles, and we really thought that's got to be a fight to the finish. And all of a sudden, money makers are like, you know what? We are not just money makers, but we are also the storytellers of this lobby, making sure that they left both these teams in shambles. And the way Godlike chose for that late rotation, even though they had a very good chance, it's just that the circle did not favor these two teams at the very end.
Exactly, and it was a different story. Just imagine if the circle was a little bit tilted towards the shoreline, things could have been different. Even VASISTA Esports would be facing a lot of trouble, and we might have seen some different outcomes. It could have been Hero Extreme Godlike or Money Makers who would have been the winners for this map of Sanhok. But right now, it is not the case. But overall, we can just talk about it more and more as much as we want, because so far this match is again going to put some differences in the overall rankings. Because of VASISTA Esports, again they will be closing it up to the 200 points marker and might be crossing it as well. But followed by that, there are also teams. Wild FANGS, they took an early exit, so for them this match was a little not that great, and from where they want to kind of seal the deal, seal the qualification, it's still it will still take them at least 1 or 2 more matches to kind of complete it.
Absolutely. Now for the teams at the very bottom of the table. They have nothing to lose. What they can do is make sure they can make the storyline interesting. They can make things interesting in this tournament by challenging all the other teams who are ready to go for that qualification. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. Breaking down the map is going to be on the other side of it all.
Such energetic games already going on, and I'm really pumped up to see, like, 3 more games are done and dusted. We're almost done with 50% of our day, and we are left with the 3 more games as well. But before hopping on to the next matches, we have this Sanhok to kind of decipher and kind of break it down. And overall, when we just talk about this bigger picture, right, it was all guns blazing. It was all about going all aggressive and flying as high as possible. And that's why, for you, my friends, those who are watching us live, if you want to fly high and get your own wings, get and grab a Red Bull energy drink for yourself.
Oh yes, I couldn't have said that better, Necros. Trust me when I say that. But yes, coming back, we're going to be heading on to see how the game has turned out. As you pointed out at the beginning of this conversation, things have been really great for the side of VASISTA Esports so far. But whereas the sister company LIKHITA Esports have been in shambles from the get-go, the drop locations, it seems like all the other teams are looking out for frags now. If they find you somewhere in the open, they're just going to punish you right away. But the most valuable player comes in from the side of GODLIKE. At the least expected time, the IGL steps up for his team, gets 6 finishes all alone, with a finish contribution of 66%.
Punk has been one of those best assaulters back from the time of 2021 and 2022. When he was playing under Sensei, he came into the limelight that, oh my god, this player has something to showcase us. And from there to being the IGL of Hero Extreme GODLIKE, it's a long way. But when you talk about the performances, VASISTA Esports will be bagging a 20-pointer game for themselves, because for now they have 10 finishes and 10 placement points.
Oh yes, the overall standing is not going to look that different, with AUTOBOTZ going on 116 points and rising INFERNO Esports at 114. God's Reign are slowly catching up. They need a chicken dinner just to make sure they enter into the top 8 itself. Whereas BLITZ, Forever, Orangutan, as well as LIKHITA Esports will have to do something miraculous. Will have to outperform themselves to make sure they make it into the top 8, or rather just concentrate on grooming themselves, look at the bigger picture, try to qualify from the lower bracket or the last chance qualifiers.
Exactly. And for all the bottom 8 teams, I mean, 3 more matches to go, so everybody's gonna look forward and push themselves as hard as possible. But I feel so bad for IQOO Orangutan, right? Like, they were playing a decent game yesterday. They were proving that, okay, they can make a comeback, they can do something better, stand out against the odds, but feels like it is not going to happen in that way. But eventually when you just talk about almost top 3 teams have confirmed their spot, crossing the 150 marker, while when you just talk about ONEPLUS, Cincinnati Kids, Wild FANGS, MAKERZ, IQOOSOUL and VENOM, they're still tailing behind, but still they're yet to cross that safer margin.
Oh yes, the teams on the top. Look at that, 150 points already being crossed by 3 teams. CK probably by the next 2 games will be finding them also crossing that 140 pointer. And it's good for us to say these are the first few teams to grab that golden ticket. Whereas so far we're able to see that VASISTA and True Rippers are the 2 teams, the top teams, to still continue their assault, still continue their domination at Sky Championship upper bracket qualifiers with chicken dinners after chicken dinners.
Exactly. And for the people who are watching us live, don't forget to drop a like on the stream, and don't forget to subscribe, because we're almost very close to 800k subscribers. We're just 7,000 away, and I guess with your support and with your love, we can reach to that milestone before our LAN finals. And if you can do, there will be a lot of giveaways as well, so make sure that you just complete the task, complete the drill, and you might just stand a chance to win something really well from the side of Skyesports. But rather than that, we will be focusing on the matches part, because it was supposed to be a hat-trick game for True Rippers, but as we mentioned earlier, the True Rippers, Sanhok, this is a parallel kind of love story that never meets.
True Rippers, Sanhok, parallel love story that never meets. Now, I would rather call it a curse. I would rather call it a curse which could be broken, because parallel lines to meet is a very impossible task, if you ask me.
I mean, they never meet. That's what I'm trying to talk. Like, Sanhok and True Rippers, no, it's not happening. But
I'm going to personally text Jelly tonight and going to tell that there's been a player there's been a caster who's been wanting to see you get a chicken dinner
Yeah,
in
I've met him
Sanhok.
personally just few weeks back. I was like, "Hi, how you doing?" He was like, "Yeah, nice."
That's got nothing to do with Sanhok and their parallel story, my friend. Yet, we're going to be stepping back into the next map of the day. Yes, it's going to be the map of Miramar. And yet again, no, is it Miramar or is it Erangel?
It's gonna be Erangel.
Yeah.
And you know what? As I was mentioning, a true represent Sanhok can't just get aligned together. It's me and my lame jokes who just can't make fun of anything.
I guess we might need another minute of silence in the chat as well as on the desk.
Uh,
uh,
Disappointing.
don't do this, man. Don't do this. We might push you across the border just to make sure people suffer.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
But
Before
okay.
I pick up my mic, which I just dropped, I would like to say, people, please share it among your friends. Make sure they come into the stream to enjoy the next few maps, because it's going to be so much important for us to witness what's going to happen next, because the teams in the bottom, the teams who have nothing to lose, are just going to go bonkers, as the teams on the top might now have to fight strongly to make sure that they qualify into the top 8.
Exactly, and now it's time for the map of Erangel. The match number 4 of today's takes a start from Milta Power and ends in the areas of Georgia Pearl. It's a really big flight path, while the team will be looking forward to fly down towards the area of Ramos, because the last Erangel that they played, it was a great game for their side.
Absolutely, with a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk, we're going to be bringing in Ozora and allowing our good friend Necros to catch up to his lame jokes. Probably write better ones. But yes, the Milta Power to Georgia Pole, this flight path seems to be a little different, Ozora.
Yeah, the flight path is different, but the joke part was very devastating. But okay, I don't know whether we can even come out of it or not. But other than that, we are going to directly jump into this map where multiple teams are going to go ahead and yet again prove a point that, you know what, we are still here to fight. We want to be in the first 8 and somehow manage to head towards the grand finale willy nilly. So, yeah. I'm super excited to see this one thing which was there in the overall standing. There was IQOOSOUL have come into that perfect position of number 7.
IQOOSOUL getting into the top 8. And now it's going to be testing time for them. Now we'll have to see if any other team dares to put them down out of this game early, so that the pressure builds more over their shoulder. AKOP on the other side is taking it way too lightly. He's like, okay, bow and arrow. Let me try to, put some fear into my teammates, or probably have some fun rather.
Hey. He's getting back to the old times when bow and arrow were the only
No
things
man,
that
no man,
were
no man.
used
Please
for
don't walk in the
hunting.
path of Necros.
I was not walking in the path. I was just sharing some facts. Those, my friend, are facts, Sarka.
Okay, another fact for all these people who are watching out there. Look at the circle. It's going to be heading
Oh,
towards the
lovely.
military base. And the teams who will need this chicken dinner will have to go for an early rotation, or probably would have to traverse through the waterways. And also make sure that they do it as quickly as possible, because teams heading towards that region are just waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Let me tell you how many teams are heading there. God's Reign, True Rippers, alongside Wild Fangs, they're already there towards the southern side itself. Orangutan, they're around that corner, waiting for Wild Fangs to go ahead and initiate the fight first, and then they can do something about it. But talking about these two teams, Blitz and Autobots, always love to head towards this lovely spot of Georgia Ball. Northern Town, amazing place, lovely loot, but later on the fight just gets fiercer and fiercer. Because moneymakers also love to go ahead for the third party.
Absolutely. Money makers. This was one of those teams I really thought will have a cakewalk into the grand finals. But now, since they're placed at the 6th position, they might be in the waters. They might still be in the waters, and they'll have to fight hard to come out of it. Because until the 11th position, until God's reign, any team attaining the chicken dinner can still come up into the top 6.
The chances, the probabilities are still there, out there. All you have to do is seize the moment. That's it. Blitz I could see the way they're just going ahead and trying the level best to close and zero in on the location of Autobots. But Autobots, they're very confident. They know whenever they have engaged in this battle, they have always won it against Blitz. There's only been like one or two times where Blitz have dominated against Autobots. But other than that, Autobots have proven to be the clear victors. I hope this time they won't run around this entire fight for a longer time as they keep inviting multiple teams for that third party. But wait a second, Zaref. I mean, I get it. That was a really good idea that you can go ahead and smoke the entire area of the bridge part and you can call in a really good bridge camp. But unfortunately, that smoke just fell way too east. Now, Juicy has already been taken down thanks to Fury. And looking at the way the entire counterpart is coming through, Fury is already set. He's one of the top-notch assaulters when it comes to Vasissta Esports. And he has been providing that support day in, day out for the entire team. Mighty, I don't think his location is that great as he's going to be taken down as well, thanks to Scary George. Now, OnePlus Cincinnati kids, they're planning for that retreat button. They need to head away from this battle as a couple of players are still alive. Zaref, all this time long, Arka, I thought that Zaref had that master plan of supporting his teammate. He was at the right spot, at the right place. But I do not know why he chose to back out from that place and just be like, you know what, you handle it, I know you can. It
I mean,
doesn't work like
Vasissta is
that.
yeah, but Vasistta Esports' execution to this bridge fight has been phenomenal. There were a lot of errors done by that of OnePlus CK, but still, what a gameplay with one player Fury putting that first damage against them
No.
and then immediately getting away. But on the other side, Zaref continues to do some assault against the side of Forever. Now, is he going to be allowed to breathe free or is he going to be peppered down?
Oh, he's running away. One and done. He's calling in quits. That was a really good quick fight coming in. Forever, they were not at all ready for this. They did call in a rotation. It was a lovely rotation coming from their end, but later on, they just got stuck in this entire situation way too quick. For now, the three-man squad, the Dorito squad, I would say, is going to head towards the center of the circle. As we could see in the first part itself, that it's a southern-centric or southern-oriented circle coming in. And that's one of my favorite circles when it comes to Erangel.
The military base circle has so many tales to say. It's been a pain bearer for many teams, but also a storyteller for those legends who have been in this game for a really long time. Not many people can understand how to crack this code of getting into military base without being damaged and then, traverse around to take a chicken dinner for themselves. But this time around, the gods of BGMI have given an opportunity to God's Train to replicate what they've done before in a circle like this. They have to be the favorites with a circle like this to get that chicken dinner.
Well, true. Even more southern-centric. Flock, OnePlus Cincinnati kids. Well, the moment we spoke about them, we thought that they were doing really good, but the momentum seems like it's not there for today. They're running around trying to cause mayhem, but it's them who's getting shot instead. So, not that great start towards the entire day. And moving forward in the second map of Erangel, yet again is a similar kind of story. All they could do is get at least one finish point. That's it. And now they're going to be playing for placement points. True Rippers on the other end, they're always set. They love this entire vicinity. They usually drop down towards the southern island itself and love to get all of those loots and still wait for the right opportunity. And that's what is happening right now as well. True Rippers, whatever. That was not a good call at all, but still he was somehow alive. Unless Sam just went ahead and obliterated the enemy itself.
Look at that change in position immediately coming in from the side of Jelly. He's going to strike fear in the hearts of the opponents, but not only just the, fear, but also he's going to put him down, all thanks to his teammate Ninzi, all of a sudden changing positions and making sure that he adds up to the hard work of his IGL.
Oh, we can see a lot of casualties here for the likes of IQOO Orangutan as well. But it has paid them a really good price though. 3 finishes, lovely. And right after that, Veyron being taken right off. I mean, I get it, I understand. There's always going to be one player who's going to be taken out of the picture. But imagine the entire situation would have looked like this: 3 finishers and 4 players still remaining. IQ Orangutan would have been so happy, but unfortunately, that one happiness has already been stolen. Talking about this one team, Hirexing Godlike. Well, Blitz right in front, and they have prolonged this fight for so long, so darn long. Nobody wants to break the silence at all, and they're outside the circle, still waiting for that opportunity. Autobots, Blitz, and now there's even Hero Extreme Godlike, waiting for the right opportunity. The moment they get the go green signal, they're going to be all over both of these teams, and I'm going to love to watch that. Where's my popcorn?
I guess it's time for you to speak more, my friend, because the fight is starting to brew up. Forget about the popcorn.
Oh!
This is where Easy to Wipe waits it out.
Moneymakers!
The patience paid off. Clutch got. As soon as he opened that door, I believe that he's gonna be like, wait, what?
At this moment, he knew he messed up. But the split looks really good, Arka. It's a 2-2 split coming in from the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. Absolutely love the way they're just scoping in and out and understanding where the opponents can be. Rambo, Dazzler, both of them in one compound itself. And the other two, they are also so far away. Man, finally, Hero Extreme Godlike has understood that this is going to be a lost cause. Or wait, have they not understood this part? Oh, they haven't. They're rushing in. Punk leading the charge. He's heading towards the compound. He wants to take this battle. He wants to get that finish point. But for now, Simp has already been taken down. That's a big loss coming in for Hero Extreme Godlike. And now they're going up close and personal. That nade is definitely going to take down Jonathan. Oh, close. That was very close. Splash damage equally good. And still they survive.
That's an undercooked nade. If he had timed it perfectly, probably Charlie Noob would have been taken down. But Punk on the other side went in for a big gamble. And it seems like Blitz are taking advantage of it. From a distance, it's going to be Joker who's also chiming in to pick up as many frags as possible. And I wonder which among these players have actually picked up that finish of Simp.
Oh, safeguarding the car. Yes, that's a really good idea. Jonathan, slowly, steadily moving forward. Punk, he has healed himself. Blitz still there inside the compound. Punk waiting for the golden opportunity, but Rambo, he's waiting outside. I don't think so any nades can even do anything to him. And far away, I can see Moneymakers Aditya for you. He's still lingering around in the dark. From the shadows, he can arise and yet again take multiple finishes from this area. But easy to wipe. That was a lovely nade coming in. Finally, that fight has already initiated and Lobster, he's been taken down. We can see even VASISTA going in crazy, but this nade might take in Rambo! He's trying to run away. DBS in hand. Can be a clutch moment for him as Punk alongside Chaldre Noob. He's still there inside the vicinity, inside this compound. They're rushing in forward, throwing in nades first just to take away that HP that Rambo might be holding onto himself so dearly. That was a lovely nade coming in. Might take away that golden opportunity. DBS in hand. Jonathan knows that this might happen, but both of them, they're just waiting crucially right around the corner. There comes a beat, but unfortunately it's not going to work. Wait a second. From where did those shots even come from? I mean, I get it, Rambo just took a really nice jump out there, but Jonathan equally good. Snappy as always.
Equally good. Johnny has been the king of the game, my friend. What a perfect execution coming from his side. Waited for that moment. Perfect placement of crosshair and immediately takes him down. And now Punk realizes there's been another player, but Charlie Noob gives that opening, giving an opportunity for Punk to go in for a counter battle. Shots are going to be connected. Godlike is just going to make them pay. Moneymakers felt like they were being chimed in money, but it seems like they've been chimed to take them out of the lobby as well.
Oh, nice. Very well executed right there. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're not backing out from every single fight, which is around Dodgeball, and that's really good to see. VASISTA on the other end, they're making their own chunk of change. It's looking in perfect digits, and it's dollars, to be honest. VASISTA with 6 finishes, already looking so strong, and all 4 of the players are still alive. This is absolutely amazing. Kyoya, what's he planning? LIKHITA Esports versus VASISTA. This can be a really nice redemption story. So one of the teams is already there towards the top spot,
Oh,
and the
no.
other one still trying to make way for Noddy. Pukar just rushing forward, knows that this can be a golden opportunity, but what happened there, Pukar? He should have taken a shot, he should have downed that player, but no, he could not do that. Unfortunately, every single thing has just bitten them so bad. Oh my god, LIKHITA. That could have been a golden opportunity, but Rage God is still there around this corner. And I don't think so. It's a really good sight for him.
Absolutely, he has to pull off a 1v2 over here. Pukar or Pierce on the other side will have to come in immediately, save his teammate. Rage God does a perfect job out there. But what is Fierce doing? How long will it take for him to reach over here? Because Zen is now healed himself. Now got an opportunity. Viper, he's touched him. Very, very low on HP, just a sliver of HP, and then all of a sudden Fear comes in, cooking up a grenade. Scary Jord would have already relayed that information. A grenade might be coming your way.
Oh,
Scary Jord, a
lovely.
beautiful grenade comes in. No way are they going to be let breathing as Fear comes in late, but still saves the teammates. As it's going to be Rage God who does a perfect job for his team. Puka, trigger discipline failed from his side under pressure, but still Rage God saves his team.
Lovely. That was an absolute cinematic battle right there. VASISTA, they did not know what was just coming right at them. Imagine if instead Zen chose not to revive his teammate and then go in for that one last survivor of LIKHITA Esports, it would have been a different situation altogether. But now that the entire story is long gone, we can look at the circle as well. It's slowly heading towards the perfect areas where I can see True Rippers already capitalizing. Well, 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 to my surprise, they're already at the dead center.
What a day it's turning out to be. And it's sad for us to see the teams at the bottom are performing now rather than throughout this phase itself. You know, this much of hard work from the first day not only would have made things so much interesting, but also would not have allowed teams like VASISTA or True Rippers on the top to dominate for such a long time. But yes, IQOOSOUL still over here, making sure that the bridge camp, Ninzi, who tried to be smart to move around, is going to be punished, taken down, and finished off as well.
True Rippers are not having a good time at all. And that's what is hindering their entire performance. Starting two games, absolutely phenomenal. Later on, it's just that they're not able to find that footing at all. Every single team is just focusing more towards True Rippers and stopping them from getting more winner-winner chicken dinners, or let alone be in the top 5 of the circle. Jelly, height advantage, yes it's there, but he needs to take those shots and he's going to give away a lot of information. The connections are looking really good, but the HP is one part which is still there, left in one of the players of IQOOSOUL. He's going to survive yet another Wrath. He needs to check his backlines as well. Jelly, we need to be prepared. There's another player just waiting out for the golden opportunity. Yes, it is Goblin. We all know how well he functions. Lovely nade coming right onto Jelly, and now he's focusing on healing himself. No, not a good decision altogether. This rush is coming through. Manya is there around the corner. Multiple players just chiming right in. Jelly yet again in that pressure situation where he has to heal himself, and right now he won't get that opportunity yet again. One and done, and True Rippers, they're out of the count.
True Rippers out of the count, whereas on the other side, we're able to see that IQOOSOUL is slowly putting points on the table. They might need a chicken dinner to confirm that golden ticket as well. Whereas at a distance, oh my god, LIKHITA again coming in front of the side of Flock. He'll be somehow doing wonders over here. Zeref from a distance, coming in closer, realizes that he can't take this fight as it's a 1v4. Shots are going to be taken against him. Very low on HP. With a sliver of HP, escapes, all thanks to that he was boosted. But it seems like the hooligans are not going to stop, as LIKHITA Esports are now in the vehicles trying to find out where this final player is heading towards. Can they put him down? Can they get that one more finish in their name as well?
Right now it seems very impossible as the chase is on. Blitz coming right in front, thinking that they're safe, but no, look at Jonathan, he's all set for this. Eyes on the prize, train shots coming through, and his HP way too low. Blitz, I don't think so, you have a surviving chance right here. He's taking the cover through that car, but it might go into shambles real soon. Hero Extreme Godlike They need positional advantage. They need positional points. They have good amount of finishes. But that's not the place you can go ahead and compensate your entire game from. You need to somehow clinch the first spot or the second or the third. That's what is more important from their end.
Cincinnati kids gonna be the next team who needs to be there in the top 3, who needs to find that average, or else they're gonna be suppressed. Whereas Blitz on the other side, still that final player is trying to do something different. Charlie Lou underestimated the player, and due to which he's got to be facing the music. Z got at a distance, trying to do his best to give a cover. But with the blue zone damaging both these teams, I don't think so that Godlike will choose to continue this fight. But rather 23 first aids. Blitz from here on can pick up some more from that of Charlie Noob's backpack and then continue to, heal himself into the top 5.
Good strategies all across. Blitz. They want to stay in the first 8. It's just that they're falling shy with so many points. It's not going to be the heal battle which will give them the golden ticket. It needs to be something big. And that's what we can see. Tokyo coming for the rescue. Shots fired. Tokyo HP way too low. And he's still surviving somehow. Easy to wipe as well. This lad has such good clutch potential, Arka. Such good clutch potential. But he's right now facing the wrath of the blue zone rather than being inside the zone and making the life hell for the opponents.
Now there's another team who are actually undergoing a very, very crucial phase, in their career, especially by building synergy. They need to build that synergy as quickly as possible, and slowly it's falling in place, to be frank. Speaking about IQOOSOUL, Goblin, we did see the stats. He might not be the MVP for the team right now, but he's setting as a perfect missing piece for the complete squad. As Godlike trying to cross over, they need to be careful because there's another team trying to come in from behind. It's got to be Joker from the side of MAKERZ, probably the last man standing, and that's why he's taking such a late rotation.
Oh, Knuckle. Unfortunately, none of those shots land. It was a hoverboard just running across right in front of him. Could not do much there. But now the team is just thinking about one thing and one thing only, to head towards the circle and there capitalize how the players are going to enter towards that. Aimbot, shots fired on him. Aimbot is constantly running around, but Goblin, he needs to stay aware. He needs to stay frosty, my friend. He can't be taken down, and once the eject button is hit, then I don't think that they can do anything about the situation. They're going to be shut down instantly. And IQOOSOUL might have a 1 player less. It's a good opportunity for them to head towards the circle, and that's what they're going to do.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see where the next circle is going to form up, because the next shift, the drastic shift which is going to take place, is just going to make sure that the team is in deep trouble. Scotch Rain waiting for an opportunity to strike. Until now, they were the only hooligans in the lobby who did not do any kind of unnecessary moves. They were just waiting for an opportunity to strike, and once Godlike just walked into their crosshairs, they're not going to stop. All 4 players, all they have to do is confirm 1 more player from the side of Godlike, and then it's done for them.
Emergency pit stop for Manya. All of a sudden, Venom Gaming, they're going way too aggressive. They know that they were being gatekept all this time long. Finally, they're giving a really good response to it. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been eliminated from this game. Not a good stance, not a good situation yet again. Just 3 finishes for them. IQOOSOUL on the other corner, still taking the fight. Knuckle, the Batman, right around, knows that the player is right in front. He did see the car go boom. And Venom, he's still somehow surviving all of the wrath coming in from the likes of IQOOSOUL. Oh! Lovely flank angle.
Absolutely, Knuckle gets taken down by Cyrax. And now there's an opportunity for the side of Venom Gaming. If they pounce on just a single player, make sure that they damage another player, then the story can be different. But Gokul on the other side gives that opening. Makes it a little bit different for the side of Venom Gaming. make it a little more harder for them as well. Gokul moving around, allowing his teammate going for the shots, but that's not going to be the case as VENOM from a distance starts to put him down. Aimbot needs to turn around. Manya missing shot, and immediately Aimbot with that amazing reflex puts an end for the side of IQOOSOUL. And what a gameplay coming in from the side of VENOM Gaming.
Oh my god. The opportunity was presented for IQOOSOUL. They could have converted the entire team, but no, it did not happen. My oh my. What a tough time being brought upon them. VENOM Gaming on the other end. My goodness, they do not budge from any kind of fight. First they took down the Batman, later on the entire team, one by one, picking those petals and throwing away, saying that, okay, IQOOSOUL can make it, IQOOSOUL can't make it. And at the end, they stopped at IQOOSOUL can't make it.
The big question is, can they make it into the top 8?
Oh, that's a good one though.
Oh, will they be able to hold that position in top 8? VENOM Gaming in deep troubles are RIE, Goten, as his eyes set on Atul. Oh, lot of shots connecting, and through the pixels below that barricade, he does connect those shots, and Atul is going to be confirmed very, very soon.
Oh my god.
Oh, guess what? Delta seals that finish.
God's reign. They are parading on a different team's individual prowess. Goten, on the other end, they have the height advantage. That's really good. But all of a sudden, this standoff feels like so complicated. As the circle is there for a couple of teams, but the others are still outside, including Rising Inferno. And this battle can be a really good one. Jatin knows that the player is right in front, and no. God's reign. They were too late for this party. Now they understand that the opponents are there towards the enemy line. They're towards the opposite side of the hill.
And they need to make it inside the circle. I don't think so it's going to be easy for them, because as soon as they complete this fight, the story can be so different. And right now, RIE are stepping into the jaws of death. They don't realize that there is Ellie right above them. Fierce is just going to make sure that he lands a bullet, but Rage God, keeping that off angle, is going to be picking up so many finishes out there. Can Ellie convert this? As GDR now will have to rush inside. I think the complete squad of RIE is done for, as Fierce from a distance takes down the side of Justin. OGs are just breathing right below that cave. They're waiting for an opportunity. Totally 8 frags coming in from the side of LIKHITA, slowly picking up that pace, slowly understanding the momentum, slowly building synergy with one another. They need a chicken dinner, and a big one if you ask me.
Oh no, that's a bad situation for God's reign. Couple of players knocked already. I believe the deed is already done. Blitz, while going, at least it did a lot of damage right there. Justin still around the corner. Delta PG thinking about going for a rotation, but this might be a very freaky one. Kyoya takes him down, and the other one is still chiming in. Wait a second, God's reign, what are you doing? You could at least pick up your fallen comrades and then move forward. But no, that was not the opportunity that they presented to themselves. That one good nade of Fierce is going to take the entire team down. Down in shambles. God's reign could not do much, but this man, easy to wipe, has done the deed. 2 lovely knocks coming in onto God's reign after that was just sheer chaos.
Now this is gonna be the fight to finish. This is gonna be the moment where Jatin from a distance can do something different, puts down Fierce, builds up the pressure against the side of Ellie. Kyoya very low on HP, needs to revive himself quickly. A 2v3 situation. Rage God from a distance. Grenades are going to be cooked in. I have no idea where the player is. AKOP's position is going to be compromised. A grenade is not going to be tossed in perfectly, but still does a lot of damage. Rage God reviving Fierce. Now OG needs to be careful. Kyoya's location compromised. All the attention being grabbed away from Kyoya can be an advantage. Aru gets taken down. The tides have changed. Kyoya needs to push in. A Molotov is going to be connected as well. And now things are going to be so different. Fear gets taken down. Rage God going in, pushing in to make door. He gets a confirmation, but that's not going to be the case. And ultimately OGs have done it all. What a gameplay coming in from their side. Waited for the right moment. Pounded their chest and grabs away that winner chicken dinner.
What a game it is for the Apes, and they have finally done it. The hopes of a comeback was surreal and they have made it, but I'm not quite sure whether this win will ensure their qualification, because yes, we have still 2 more matches left, but how the game has turned around just by looking at it, I'm just figuring that okay, OG, if in the next 2 matches even they take back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, there might be a little bit of ray of hope. But otherwise that, I don't feel any other chances. But still, this was a really great match played by Orangutan, as well as when you talk about LIKHITA Esports, the way they played. I really wish LIKHITA Esports continued this kind of play from the earlier on. So if they did, then we could have said that yes, the scenarios could have been different. The overall standings for them could have been different.
Absolutely. You were speaking about OGs. And once the overall standing comes, we might see the difference between them and the teams above them. And from here on, every single team, they're going to try to survive until the very end. LIKHITA Esports, the most consistent team today, has to be them. The first 2 games ended up in #2. Then in Miramar, they get taken down way too early. In Sanhok, they get taken down way too early. And coming back to Erangel, again making it into the top 2. The chicken dinner, the story would have been so different for them. But a valiant effort coming in from their side.
Exactly, no questions asked, and the way they have played, it was really incredible. But when you talk about the bigger picture, it is going to be raising a lot of concerns for Wild Fangs. They are having back-to-back setback matches for themselves. I mean, it's more like they have just got half placement points, not even any placement point if you ask me. But looking onto the Red Bull replay, once again, we do see the kind of needs that were put up. Fierce, he was trying to get all the openings, and he was getting even that one knock that came in. Fierce got taken down by Jatin, and this was where I felt like that LIKHITA lost the game. Fierce needed a revival. He got the revival, but for Kyoya to hold on to his position for such a long time was a brilliant job.
Yeah, I think Kyoya should have again changed this location, try to move around. And also there was an opportunity for RageGod, who was at a distance from behind the compound. He could have been that missing piece for the team. Probably having all 4 men standing inside a final circle like that is a great advantage. But with everything going in favor of LIKHITA Esports, we see that Jatin from a distance ruins the game for them and makes sure that he makes way for OG to get that chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, we couldn't have asked for a better ending on this game as well. But Necros, if we would want to see one team qualify into the top 8 from all the teams in the bottom, who would it be?
I would talk about Rising Inferno Esports, no doubt about it. I really want to see them qualify to the grand finals, and I feel like they have the chance as well to be in the top 8. But for that, again, one of the top 8 teams has to be taken down, pulled down by them only. And the closest one seems to be Team Venom Gaming for now, because they have almost having like a 1 or 3 points difference between themselves. So that is a really, really close battle, and if Rising Inferno Esports, they're ready and all set to kind of welcome them in their manner, then things can be different in the overall standings. But you know what? We will be talking about all the stats and all the data as well as the overall standings right after the short break. The Apes have finally returned, and it seems like that they will be fighting it out and they will be also looking forward to cause some trouble to the teams, those who are looking forward to qualify in the top 8. But the main question that arises, there are at least like 2 to 3 teams those are contesting for the top 8 spot, or at least maybe more than like 4 to 5 teams that we can just talk about. But one thing is for sure, that if IQOO Orangutan keep up this energetic performance, that might just cause a lot of trouble to those teams.
Absolutely. For those who are still suffering to find yourself in the bright groove, all you guys need is some wings to lift you up. So go ahead, grab yourself a Red Bull, energize yourself, and then you'll be all ready for all the challenges up ahead in front of you throughout the day. Coming back, Necros, things are starting to look way too different in the overall standing, if you ask me, because those teams who were supposed to perform in the middle bracket of the overall standing are not able to do so, all thanks to the MVPs of their respective teams. But in this game, obviously the MVP comes in from the side of BLITZ. Easy to Wipe gets 6 finishes with an MVP rank of 36, 60% of the contribution. This team, even before getting taken down, made sure that they make history by eliminating one of the strongest teams of them all.
Exactly, and that's where BLITZ, I feel like this team is showcasing some real class. But the main problem is that what they're facing in terms of placing themselves in a good position inside the circle to duke it out till the very end. And this is something that they need to kind of rethink and re-strategize before they come again to compete for the grand final slot, because for now BLITZ is in a position from where they even might have a chance, but for that the next 2 matches are really important, because they need to at least get 2 chicken dinners or maybe 1 chicken dinner and a podium finish as well. But talking about the total points, IQOO Orangutan will be having 18 in their name, followed by LIKHITA Esports having 11 finishes game for themselves. Finishing in the second spot will have 17 points, and even BLITZ having a 14-pointer game for their side.
Absolutely. RIEX is just got to be following up closely with 8 points. GDR as well, with 8 points. All of these teams trying to find that average yet again. But will they be having enough points at the end of the day to maintain the top 8 position? Whereas at the end of the points table, we're able to see that LE, FP, AUTOBOTZ, Forever, Wild Fangs, ONEPLUS, CK, all of these teams were the sufferers of the assault coming in from the T1 teams.
Exactly, and right now when we just talk about the T1 teams, they are looking really strong on the top, but also among them there is one team which we cannot just we can't count out. It's going to be Learn from Past will have 152 points for themselves. They still have the highest number of chicken dinners for themselves, but still out of them it was all about ONEPLUS CINCINNATI kids having one of the top 4 positions without having a chicken dinner. But slowly and gradually we are also seeing team IQOOSOUL standing up the charts.
Oh yes, IQOOSOUL trying to do their best, trying to maintain that top 5 position. The next chicken dinner can seal the deal for them. They need to make sure that they survive until the final few circles, or else the story can be way too different. Wild Fangs trying to do their best to hold that top spot. MAKERZ are in shambles right now. Even though they've got 93 finishes in comparison to just 30 points, they have been challenged in every moment of this game. All of a sudden, LIKHITA from the 15th position jumped to the 14th position. If they'd got that chicken dinner, probably they would have ended with 102 points. Now, do they have an opportunity over here to make it into the top 8?
Last 2 matches, and it's going to be a hard jump even for God's Reign and Rising Inferno Esports. The one who takes a chicken dinner will again have a big chance of making it and maybe staying in the top 8 and maybe pulling down at least 1 or 2 teams from the top 8 category. And one of the most vulnerable spots are for VENOM Gaming, MAKERZ and IQOOSOUL, because they are in the same position of where Rising Inferno Esports and also close by God's Reign are, followed by AUTOBOTZ Esports. So one good game, or either it be God's Reign, AUTOBOTZ, or maybe you talk about Rising Inferno Esports, like what the kind of game that they have in this one. If they can pull off something, or maybe a better game in the next map, which is going to be the map of Miramar, then things can be drastically different, because so far it is all about it was all about True Rippers, VASISTA Esports and IQOO Orangutan so far in the first 4 games. But right now, the last 2 games, one last Miramar of this upper bracket, who is going to take it away?
That's the big question. That's the $1 million question. But for those who are watching right now, we're just moments away from stepping into the next map. It's time for you to share it among your friends. Do tell your friends to subscribe because we are going to be hitting the 800k mark very, very soon. And also, please do let us know which of these teams are having a greater chance of making it into the grand finals, because it seems like it's still a very, very close call. Any team to get a big chicken dinner from the bottom can still make it into the top 8, and then after that trying to hold on to that position is going to be the next big tasks. And an average of 30 to 40 points in the 2 games is what the teams are looking at.
Exactly, the Miramar has to be a big game for all the teams, those who are lying between the 6th to probably the 12th spot, or maybe just 11th spot. 6 to 11 are the most vulnerable spots, but right as of now we are going to jump into the map of Golden Sand. The map of Miramar awaits the last Miramar of this upper bracket. Who is going to take away? Which team will be facing a drop clash? A lot of questions in our mind. But with that, I'm going to welcome my buddy on desk, Ozora, with me to cast this match. But before that, we talk about the entire flight path, which is starting down southwest of El Pozo and ending in the eastern side of Truck Stop.
Well, it's a perfect dissection. Man, there's no wavering of it at all. From east to west, from west to east, everything looks absolutely neat. All you have to do is head towards Los Leones if you love that area, get it. Haskell del Patron can also be a place where multiple teams drop down. I've seen Hero Extreme Godlike love to go ahead towards those areas itself. San Martin being one of the crucial trifectas. But yeah, Chumacera, La Draderia, all of these places available for you to go ahead and get your loot as well. But I want to ask this $1 million question to you, Necros. I mean, you asked Arka already, and you asked the entire audience as well that who's going to win that winner chicken dinner? Any name on top of your head? Just say it.
I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like it can be Venom Gaming.
You know, whenever someone
I,
tells, I don't want to jinx it, can be Venom Gaming. Venom Gaming will be the first team to get eliminated. So just say, just speak your hearts out, man. That's it. Venom Gaming. All right,
yeah.
cool. I mean, they do have a really good fighting chance, though. Thanks to the previous map's performance, we did see them landing towards the final goals as well. But unfortunately, the rotation part is one of the places that they need to refine. So I'm hoping that they'll already learn from the mistakes of their past, and that's how they can head towards this map with a positive mentality and mindset. But on top of my head, I would say it's going to be God's Reign who will get that winner chicken dinner.
Okay. If it is a circle which is favoring the eastern side, then yeah, we can say that. And oh my god. Oh my god.
Hello there.
Oh my god. No way. No way. I was just talking about the eastern circle and the God's Reign prediction did align altogether. But it seems like Wild Fangs, they might be in some bad duels. Because for now, this is a really important game for them to establish their foundation, their qualification marker. And this time Arman doesn't have any guns to play along with. He just have a knife, but nobody wants to overcommit. Arman has to buy time for his teammates. But before going that, Trace God will find Arman down. Retaliation fires are coming in from the side of Learn from Past, but not good enough to take down the players. And meanwhile, Sensei has been put down. So it's an eye for an eye from both the ends.
That's right. It's a 2v. It's both the teams just going ahead neck to neck. Arman, unfortunately, is completely dusted. My man just had a knife and he thought that he could do something more devious and mischievous out there, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything of that sort. Wild Fangs, it's an early clash, and Wild Fangs were looking for this for a really long time. They want those early points, they want the advantage, and this is the advantage that is presented right in front of them. Couple of players already knocked, one from the likes of them, Learn from Past as well, but the confirmation will come through. This is a bad situation. Wild Fangs, just one player solo HP. Anuj, what can he do for the team? Can he carry the entire stride, or will he be taken down as well? Oh my god! Fight was a bit premature, and Wild Fang, they are eliminated at this point of time. And oh my goodness, there's another fight being brewed up. You were talking about Venom Gaming. They're taking a different fight altogether against IQOOSOUL.
Important fights for all those teams, but look who is just knocking at the back doors. It's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike to chime in. They have heard all the commotion It's a big setup being done by Hero Extreme God. Like you do see Punk, Simp all together in the mix. Learn from past, they're confined in a small compound, in a small house.
Oh
And
wow! Let's go!
what?
Let's
My
go!
oh
It's a different rave going on. I believe they have tuned to one of those best channels on the TV.
oh my god, learn from past. I mean, yeah, they have qualified,
They
right? So
accepted their fate.
they they have qualified and they're like, okay, we've qualified. There's nothing for us to worry. And even right now, you can see the nades being tossed in. Hero Extreme Godlike wants to find those finishes while Simp, if he can connect the nade and if he can drop it in the right place, he
Oh,
can
they're done
get
for.
finish.
Oh, they're done for. Couple of knocks with just one nade. Sim, absolute genius. Absolute genius. And now comes the execution part. Simp is already ready for this. He has an LMG mounted in his hand. One more nade to make things worse. Seth cannot go ahead and do anything at this point of time. Pre-fire is right around the corner, and the entire team wants to just rush down the throat of Learn From Past. Nades are coming in from their end as well. They are retaliating, but for how long can they do the same thing? Cincinnati kids, they're here to save the day. They want to go ahead and take all those points for themselves. And look at them. They were just waiting for this opportunity, and they get it. They're banking on top of that as well. Zeret, unfortunately, he has been knocked down, but there's some really good confrontation that we can see out here. Oh my god.
Third parties. Third parties after the. Why would you just do it? Why would you just get in that vehicle? But they want to safeguard it, and now two of the knocks. That's a really bizarre decision coming up from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. What? While we do see that Jonathan is the only survivor, it's a 1v3 for him. It's a 1v4 make it at Hero Extreme Godlike. I mean, they're not qualifying for the top 8, there's no doubt about it. But for now, it should have been a good fight. It could have been an easy fight for them. But there has been some bad decisions. And because of that, ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids will be cherishing all the 4 finishes that they got right as of now. And yep, that's a good start for them.
You know, Learn From Past got the last laugh. They would be so happy from their grave that this happened the moment ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids just zeroed in on the location. I just feel that Hero Extreme Godlike just stalled that entire fight for so long. It could have been done in such easy manner, but they wanted to tread cautiously. They did not want any casualties coming from their end, so their paranoia was justified. But overall, Cincinnati kids, they were out there at the right time, right place, and it's said right. Whenever you're fulfilling both these conditions, being at the right time, being at the right place, then you'll always get the good things, or can be bad things as well. You never know. But for now, Cincinnati kids, they're happy to get those 4 eliminations.
After having those fights and without losing any players, Cincinnati kids, they've decided to just go down to their original place, their drop, Los Leones, because once again, this is an eastern side circle which is favoring most of the eastern drop locations. Again, if any hardship even arises, it is going to be there around the Minas Generalas or maybe the Impala areas. So Los Leones is still a very decent spot, a big urban city to hold on. And once again, it has been the drop of Juicy for almost a very long period of time, from the times of 8-bit to Cincinnati kids right as now. Nobody just wants to give up their drop location when you have all the privileges that you would want. But for now, IQOOSOUL, we will be looking forward to them because they are in the La Correa area. But on the clutch cam, we have Manya. He's been exceptional in the past Miramar matches, and that match which IQOOSOUL got so many finishes, Manya had the major contribution.
You can hear it. It's so chaotic, and in all of that chaos, Manya clutched for the entire team. And right about now, losing Knuckle has been a bad start to the likes of IQOOSOUL, but eventually they would really love to turn those tides and put it into the favor of their own. Where all of that very well said and done, it feels like IQOOSOUL, they need to put in a lot of effort. They've already come to the mark of being at top 6, But in order to reach towards the top 4 and not be worried that someone else can topple them down, they need to yet again perform in this map as well. They cannot leave it to fate. They cannot leave it to the map of Erangel yet again. So all the steps, all the strategies needs to be implemented cautiously.
This is a test. And right now, as the circle is closing, the western corridor will be again clustered with a lot of teams making those quick rotations. The areas around Los Leones on north side, the areas across La Bendita is again, you can see all the teams rotating and pouring in, trying to find some sweet spots. But again, the shift is going to go towards the eastern side. Impala is still in the dead center, while God's Reign, they have a brilliant chance of capitalizing this game. And if, just imagine if God's Reign wins this match, they are currently sitting in 117 points in the 10th position. They win this match, they get 10 placement points along with the finishes. They move up to almost close to the top 5 or top 6.
Oh, Orangutan. Previously, they played really well, and now VASISTA. They're way too close in the proximity. There's one player who has a height advantage. It's not the right decision. Why would you pick that? Why would you give away your location? Just wait it out till the very end. That's how they could have taken the entire team of VASISTA. Now that they know that the spread is so good, they would love to run away from the situation. Absolutely escape from this. Orangutan, they were very well prepared, and the split did help them a lot. For now, they have avoided the conundrum. Vipers saw that opportunity. He did see that the player has rotated from their end, and that was a really good call. VASISTA not showcasing that they are hungry, but they're just here to go ahead and get those early finish points. That's it.
It's a really good decision if you ask me. When your team is confident, you just know you can just go in and find the finishes as much as you want. But when you talk about a team who has just won a match, seems like they are just playing a little bit more position oriented. They want to find a good spot inside the circle and then play along with it. There's always been the kind of game style of Aru and a lot of other teams as well. But right now, IQOO Orangutan, can they just manage to win this match as well? If they win this one, there might be a small little chance that they can qualify in the top 8 if they also finish the last match on a good note. So that depends on on a lot of conditions. But for now, we look forward to the play of how True Rippers are trying to demonstrate their game, because they're on the northern side having a really huge split. So far, today's day has been really good for them.
Apple? Well, God's Reign, there's one thing, right? Just imagine, all of a sudden they drop down, they go towards the eastern side of this entire map, and all of a sudden the circle is on them. Talk about predicting the game even before landing in the game. That's the kind of confidence they're keeping. And I would absolutely love it if they go ahead and get the winner chicken dinner as well, because they have been trying so hard since the beginning. You talk about day 1 Erangel, map number 1, they reached towards the top 2, and right after that they could not convert anything. They're just getting one frag or two here or there, that's it. Now is about darn time that they can go ahead and shine and showcase that they have learned something more than just being in the top 2 or top 5.
Everybody's playing very calculatively. They just know what to do next. IQOO Orangutan, they do know that it's a really hard climb for them in the next 2 matches. This one counting it in as well. But right as of now, the split that they have, it feels like IQOO Orangutan, they want to go a little bit more aggressive in this time. And if they can find some more finishes, as we mentioned earlier, they still can have a shot for the top 8.
I'm just looking at the circle, and most of the place is water. It's like 50% water, 50% land. And usually, whenever you talk about water, it's Erangel that comes in your head. But this time, we're looking at Miramar, which is so surprising. The game devs are for sure, they're just testing the entire player lobby right now. They're like, you know what, we're gonna throw you this one situation, go ahead, show us how you can tackle. And most of the teams are tackling it very well. I can look at Rising Inferno as well. They have already found that forte right behind God's Reign. Really good spot. But when you talk about having the advantage, the height advantage, that's one thing which God's Reign already have kept in their pocket. So all the rotations can be seen. Every single shenanigan from the likes of the opponents are going to be noted down and tabulated. Justin, this lad has been doing a lot of work. He's currently at what, 12th spot in finishes, which is really good. And damage overall, you talk about that. He's sitting at current spot of 32. So his individual prowess has been there throughout the entire journey. 1 to 4 days, Necros. That's the kind of hard work all of these teams are going ahead and doing. Justin, for now, he's been spotted. Easy to wipe. I don't think so. This is a wide decision to go ahead and run forward, but ultimately, God's Reign, they're folding in like a house of cards.
Oh, look at this.
Wrong decision.
Apple has been taken down and the circle has shifted more eastern side. This is a circle that you don't expect at all. Every other team was expecting a hard shift towards the western side, but now you have to go for some swimming sessions. And even God's Reign, they've realized it. Apple has been compromised, but now the first team who reaches the island takes the benefit, but Sam has been taken down. It's going to be LIKHITA versus True Rippers. The battle between the two teams who have been dominating the scene for today. True Rippers having the first two matches in their name. After that, LIKHITA shining bright with the finishes that they're taking and conceding for their side. But for now, LIKHITA Esports, it seems like they're in some dicey situations while Kyolema wants to go up all up close and personal, wants to take those finishes, but Fierce is just too good. Alongside Rage got to take down Kyolema, and True Rippers, they're left with only one.
A lot of premature rotations coming in, thinking that they can outsmart, outperform the opponents. Man, all the four players of LIKHITA Esports are right there around that corner. One lower ridge, one on the height advantage, and Jelly being the last man standing. No finish points whatsoever. Not a good side at all. And IQOOSOUL, even they're getting pestered. IQOO Orangutan, they're also facing a lot of wrath. Venom Gaming, oh my god. They're showcasing some top-notch performance moving in towards the map Miramar, and they're not at all stopping. They're just continuing the previous game's flame. How well they performed, got those eliminations. Just they were shy from entering towards the circle, and that part they are fixing right about now. LIKHITA Esports, they see a lot of opportunity. Fierce way too low on HP. He needs to stand down the ground and heal himself rather than pester forward, but he's choosing to do that.
Venom Gaming, they've lost a couple of players. This is not a great sign. Even Rage God, he has been picked off guard. An eye for an eye is what Team Venom Gaming, they're trying to showcase to their opponents, LIKHITA Esports. But I've told you before, I'm telling you again, the teams, those who will be swimming quickly and reaching towards the eastern islands, will be benefiting a lot. And the ones who will fail will just be the fresh fishes, which the players will hunt down, who will reach there first. And Venom, he has been confirmed as LIKHITA Esports. They have 5 finishes in their name, and right now, this is a decision that they have to make. Either they stay on the coastal lines and hunt down the players, those who are trying to just take a swimming session and rotate towards the eastern islands, or just be the prey.
It's 50-50 to be very honest. There are like a couple of islands towards the eastern side, and it all takes is that one chance. Either you make it or you break. Because at the end of the day, whenever it comes to swimming towards one island to the other, you're going to be shot from multiple directions. And you never know, one of the teams might be there in your own island just to go ahead and get those elimination points. So those finishes are going to be very important in the early rotation. Like you said, Necros, it's going to be super important. Cyrax on the other end, he's taking a lot of beating. I don't think so he can survive the wrath of the opponent team. Venom Gaming, they had a couple of players. Now they're berated down to the last standing. Altu, he's running away for his dear life. And he's doing it so skillfully.
He has to, and now he's inside the circle, but from the northern end, if he goes way too deeper, he might just be caught off guard by the other teams, but Goten is spotted down east to wipe, and yup, he's gonna drown and get the finish done. So for Rising Inferno Esports, they've already crossed and they've reached the eastern island, and the next circle shift, oh, it goes to the southeastern island, and once again, Rising Inferno Esports, they have to go for another swimming session. I would like to see the circle once again. I would like to request the production team to showcase us once so that we can give a gist about how is things working out for the teams, those who are still surviving.
Oh, it looks bad. They definitely are looking bad. The odds so slim. Rising Inferno yet again swim session from one corner to the other. And they're gonna do it willy-nilly, just left with nothing in their hand except for their hands and swimming all across. So they're gonna be shot by multiple teams. Moneymakers have already made their way towards the second island itself, and they're looking so pretty right now. Now, once they took that chance, the 50-50 situation was out there. And fortune favors the best. VASISTA! Oh wow, they're also calling a rotation. And look at Justin, he's so sneaky peeky like. Knows that the opponents are right in front and he's just letting them go. He's not taking any shots whatsoever. And this is good. Justin, keep your identity concealed as Apple was already long gone. Thanks to the shenanigans that he just pulled off in that corner. Thinking that he can jump down and run away, Apple was caught off guard. Now's the time where he can go ahead and redeem what happened to his teammate.
Shots being fired. Joker takes down Vera on IQOO Orangutan. They are facing the backlashes. This is going to be the welcome party for the likes of Moneymakers. They have rotated way too quickly towards this island, and now they will be taking all the benefits out of it. While Destro is taking down VASISTA Esports. They're still trying to rotate. Justin's position is kind of compromised. The shots being fired. Now Justin, he's only the one-man army left behind. But now the entire team of VASISTA Esports are going to chime in. Viper stays in the close proximity, goes up close in person and confirms the last finish. And that's going to be the end of God's Reigns' run in this map of Miramar. This was a circle in where they were supposed to dominate, but when you look on the bigger picture, the circle has shifted towards more eastern side, and now Destra and the company couldn't do much.
Yeah, it feels bad. Of course, stings. Jatin, checking every single corner now, every nook and cranny. He knows there might be one person who's still out there looking for vengeance, looking for blood, looking for getting that finish point. Now he has spotted them. Dazzler. Right in front of him. Identity known. He's right around the corner. The nade equally good, but it's just a little bit of splash damage. Argil from the other end. He's also providing the perfect support. Dazzler, 1 HP, and he's still alive. It's all on to Alto. If he spots Dazzler, he can take him down. But other than that, there's no opportunity for the entire team of Rising Inferno to go ahead and bounce back.
Oh, small covers, small bridges, helping Alto to survive for a tad bit longer. But as soon as he comes out in the open, it can be problematic. And Dazzler makes the good out of it. That's Venom Gaming out of this equation, out of the map of Miramar. But while we just talk about Rising Inferno Esports, I was wondering where are they right now? And you do see just one last player surviving, and that is also done and dusted. BMW Erangel, he won't be surviving for long, and that's going to be the end of Rising Inferno Esports. But for this one player of BLITZ, how is he going to make it to this island? This is a game of money makers. This is an opportunity for them to make as much money as they can from this one game, because when it comes down to the points, they have 4 finishes. If they can get a chicken dinner, this can be a big game for their side.
Manya, last man standing, goes ahead for those heals. Yes, he needs them. Dazzler right in front of him. He has all the information that Manya is rotating from this corner. He needs to stand true with his shots. That's it. I don't think so. He has some healings left in his pocket. That's the reason you can look at him with just 50 HP. And Jelly, my god, he's still there. He's still alive for the team. This is absolutely lovely. Somehow he has found that one spot next to the container. Now he spots even Arib Not a good side. Autobots, they've been constantly shot upon, but this is the time, Jelly. This is the perfect opportunity. You can go for it, and he goes for it as well. Gets that knock, and he's gonna get the finish as well. Ari, unfortunate, unlucky, right around the corner, thinking that he can go ahead and take down Cincinnati kids. Well, you have to wait for that.
Patience is the key, and now this is the moment. Chelly, he has to look forward for how he can handle the situation, but his position is completely compromised. Spray God's nade can just be the one X factor, and it does make the impact. And that is it for the likes of True Rippers in this match. They will be eliminated in the 8th spot, but right now it's going to be Spray God being the fisherman, hunting down all the fishes. Those were swimming in front of him. That's going to be Viper taken out. 6th finish for the side of Team Moneymakers, while Pukar and Scary Jord, they're still in waters, and eventually there's not just one, there's another player right beside Spray God. If he gets an idea, he might just be the one to take them down. Pukar finish will be confirmed. Spray God, he has 5 finishes in his name, and this man ain't stopping, but now his position being compromised. Ralphie hops into the party and gets him knocked out.
He's not even there on this island itself, but look at the kahunas he has got. Lovely knocks coming right across, but he's going to be safe for another day. Scary Jord, unfortunately, he's been bitten right off. And every single one of them who's thinking about swimming the entire main island to the southern islands, towards the eastern islands, it's always going to be tough. Dazzler, he's still surviving with the brink of the eye, but look at Dazzler, he's been taken right off. Lovely angles being spotted. And Fury, he's still keeping that flame alive for the entire team. Lovely, this guy has been so good for the likes of VASISTA Esports. Every single time he chimes in and he brings those big bucks home.
This is a Red Bull standoff mode. What a circle, what a game of Miramar that we have witnessed so far. But Fury, he was not aware that his Adityan Clutch God still alive. Yes, 2 players might be compromised. There's no way that Clutch God can do the revival. It's a very tough job, though we can still see in the minimap that Clutch God is trying his level best to reach as close as possible towards his teammates, and Fury has been completely taken down, and now Spray God will be getting a quick revival alongside Joker. So that means that, yeah, pretty much 10 finishes. Moneymakers, they keep all their players alive, while ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, one last player, Flock, is surviving. He's still outside the circle, and this should be the game. Moneymakers, my God, how long have they waited for an outcome like this?
You know, Necros, whenever I look at Moneymakers, it always reminds me this one team has never, ever gotten the chance to get the winner chicken dinner. And still, they have the audacity to be towards the top 5. It showcases a lot of brunt force that they can provide day in, day out. And now is about down time that they can get that winner chicken dinner of their own. Flock, being the last man standing, is still running around chasing gooses. But Frager on the other end, he knows where the location is of Flock. He's still very close. DBA shots, they do not connect. But look at the way the banners are coming right in front of him. No fear of death, nothing. And there comes the winner chicken dinner, which is so long awaited for the likes of Moneymakers.
Oh, I feel bad. It could have been the 11th finish for the side of Moneymakers, but they decided to go for all pan, but it was the Blue Zone who took that one last player, Flock, down with him. But right now, Arka joining me on the desk in place of Ozora. I mean, this is a game that Moneymakers wanted, right? This is a game which will open the gates for them to kind of ease their qualification chances, because this is a 10 finish game, and also with 10 placement points, a 20-pointer game altogether for their side. And before this match started, somehow we can say that Moneymakers were standing around like 135 or 125 points, and now with this one, they might just get almost close to 145 points.
Absolutely, I think they've done enough for them to get that golden ticket into this LAN. But ultimately, you know what I feel? Apart from this team, there were several other teams who did well. Not one team thought of one strategy. Tried to stay back on the other side of the island itself. Use a 6x scope. Heal your way until the given opportunity. The blue zone doesn't give you that much of a damage. Try to pick up those fishes in the water. You could have picked up around 5 to 6 finishes just by staying on the other side of the island, rather than coming out in between and getting taken down.
Yeah, exactly. There could have been a lot of decisions that they could have taken, but overall, I mean, I was telling it earlier on as well, the one team who will reach the island at as quickly as possible will be getting the most benefit out of it. Rising Infernos Esports were the first team to go towards the island, but they decided they picked the wrong one. There were two different islands. They picked the wrong one, and I mean, there's nothing taken away from their side, right? When you are a team like that, you have done your rotation in the right timing, you have reached your perfect location in the right timing, but then the circle is not favoring you, and that's where I feel that Moneymakers, they will feel very lucky to be having that one island to themselves.
Absolutely, the early rotation which is paved off for all these teams out there, but again there were several other ways for you to traverse around, but we're going to be breaking down more about the map of Miramar on the other sides. So please guys, go share it among your friends, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be taking a short break.
One last game and we will have our top 8 teams who will be the first 8 grand finalists of Skyesports Championship 2025. But before that, we will be breaking down the last match of Miramar. It was a complete unorthodox circle which you don't see often, but whenever you see circles like this, it is always entertaining.
Yeah, it's an interesting affair altogether, but obviously, right, those who think out of the box are the people who are gonna get wings in the game, and so did the side of Moneymakers. They did drink the Red Bull, I believe, before the game, and they thought otherwise. But still, coming back, there was also one other team, ORANGUTAN, as well as Jelly from True Rippers. They have done a phenomenal job. I really love the way VASISTA Esports allowed Neo to cross over the shorelines, where they stuck towards the players of the opponents. You know, when Pukar was there, they made sure the other two players, Kerry George, stay close to Pukar, so that as soon as the crosshairs come in over there and they see the smoke coming up from there, they understand, okay, there's a team which is finished off. But Neo, he's been that lurky snake who could make it across and made sure that he put down 2 players. If he had been a little more quicker in getting those confirmations, probably they would have walked away with 2 more points.
Exactly, there was a little bit more chance, but we look on and jump on to the MVP of this particular match, and it has to be Moneymaker's Spray God. He's been exceptional in this match, and what he was supposed to do, he did it perfectly. He had got room, he'd got a space to take all the finishes. He was just a fisherman, just going for fishing and catching all the fishes who were trying to swim up from the main island towards that particular island on which Moneymakers were having a really good hold. He has a 50% contribution towards his team side. It could have been a little bit lesser if they had one more finish in their bag, which was Flox, because they went all in to just go for the panning approach, but didn't get that one. 10 finishes in total for the side of Moneymakers, and they will be walking away with 20 total points.
Oh, beautiful set of points being taken away from the side of Moneymakers. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids again catching up to the momentum with 13 points. Now comes the point of contingency with BLITZ, ABZs, VASISTA, LIKHITA, IQOOSOUL and LAFP, all of them so close to one another. The final game is going to be the fight to the finish. We'll have to wait and watch which among these teams will concentrate to attain that winner chicken dinner, and then with that get that golden ticket. For few teams at the middle bracket of this overall standing, they'll be looking forward for a decent 5-pointer game.
Just imagine the teams, those who are still strangling between that 9th or 10th or 11th position. They just need one good game. This game could have been theirs. And for Rising Inferno Esports, I feel so sad. They have 2 points. They were one of the first teams to rotate towards the Eastern Island, but could not get the most benefits out of it. And that's going to haunt them for some time. And I hope they come up with a reset mind, because that is really, really crucial for them, because there is only one last match, that too in the classic map of Erangel, and if this Erangel goes well, they might just qualify in the top 8 category, though it will be a very long journey for them.
Absolutely. There are several teams like VASISTA, True Rippers, Learn from Past and Cincinnati Kids. All of these who had already crossed 135 to 140 pointer will be reaching very, very close to 200 and 150 respectively, and making things so much more interesting, because from now on, I still feel that from the 6th to the 8th position, that is 3 spots, is yet to be taken. So with these 3 spots into contingency and around 5 to 6 teams, or rather 7 teams fighting for it, the team to attain the chicken dinner for sure is going to walk away for the grand finals.
Exactly, but in this entire map of Erangel, there is going to be some vital roles that most likely the teams at the bottom will be acting up on it, because if you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, Forever Esports, LIKHITA, IQOO Orangutan, they will be the party spoilers for all the teams those are sitting in that 9, 10 and 11 position. So they do have an idea that yes, these teams will be looking forward to grab more points. They might just play it a little bit more slower, because they will be trying to go for that position oriented approach, and that they can utilize against them. They might just go like, if you'd ask me, Hero Extreme Godlike or IQOO Orangutan, these kind of, even LIKHITA Esports will look forward to go a tad bit more aggressive and find these teams out and take their finishes in their favor.
Absolutely. Now let's wait and watch whether this is going to be the storyline which is going to be coming up, or else it's the team on the top who are going to continue their domination, making sure that the qualification points is going to be restricted to what it is right now. We are expecting an average to somewhere fall between 135 to 145, the cutoff to be falling somewhere in between these numbers, but no team apart from that of the teams in the top 5 are anywhere closer to these numbers.
Exactly. But now I am still wondering and calculating how much points. Just imagine the top 3 teams once again are dominating. There are 2 factors, and out of which I feel like all the middle teams, they are like, if they don't play aggressive, they might just face some backlashes. If they play passive, then again also they might face the backlashes. So they're in a dicey situation of how to kind of strategize this last game, because the top teams, they have almost qualified. It doesn't even matter for the top 3 to 4 teams whether they win this match or they get points or not. But for the teams those are in the bottom, for them also it's almost a similar situation. But in the mid teams, everybody is looking for at least like 5 to 6 points, as you mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. Now let's wait and watch what's going to unfold in the final map of the day. For those who are watching, make sure you share it among your friends, because this is going to be a fight to the finish, and 8 teams from here on will be qualifying and making it into the grand finals, which is going to be a beautiful LAN which is going to take place at Bengaluru, the Sky Championship 2025, which is going to take place in Bengaluru. Please follow the socials of Sky Championship to also find out where the venue is going to be as well.
Yeah. For now, again, this is going to be an interesting factor. The weather, playing in front of a lot of audience in Bangalore. It has happened before as well. It is going to happen again. So the champions who were there, whether they're going to be the ones to take lift the trophy once again or not, whether it's going to be the same IGL to lift the trophy once again or not, that's a big question mark, and it will remain as a question mark for now until the grand final gets over. But right now, there are a lot of teams to put a spotlight on for this one last match. We will have our eyes on IQOOSOUL, while FANGS, Team VENOM, AUTOBOTZ Esports, Rising Inferno Esports, and God's Reign. All the teams, they're in the limelight, and everybody is fighting for the last 2 to 3 spots mostly.
Absolutely. Now let's see which among these teams are going to get qualified. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be stepping into the last Erangel of this phase of the tournament, and I hope to see your favorite teams qualify. Please do let us know in the chat which is your favorite team, because the flight path is going to be coming on our screens very, very soon. And right before that, we have been requesting you to share it among your friends, because we are very, very close to hit that 800k marker, and you could have been the special people, you could be the special subscribers to make us reach there.
Exactly, and if we reach 800k subscribers before the grand finals, that is even for us, and will be done by your help only. But right now, it's time to jump into the very final match of the Skyesports Championship 2025 upper bracket, the last Erangel of the upper bracket. Now, this is going to be a very interesting game. We've already mentioned the teams that will be in dire need of multiple points, while there will be a lot of obstacles guarding and preventing them to reach there, and the flight path itself is one of those big factors which might cause a lot of trouble.
What is happening? What is going on, Necros? Because this is the second time we're looking at the same flight path, but this time it's not heading over towards Razok. It's heading all the way from the likes of Ferry Pier and then towards Milta Power. So a lovely split, I would say, for multiple teams. It's gonna be like a curse itself. They would not know where to head towards and what to do, how to do. But one the Cincinnati kids, usually they love heading towards Primorsk, but right now they're not choosing the same old ways. They want something to do with Ferry Pier, they want something to do with Query, they want all of those finish points in order to just secure their spot towards the top 3.
OnePlus Cincinnati kids usually had their split around the Ferry Pair and Query only, but the main factor is that True Rippers, they have decided to change their drop location. So for True Rippers, it doesn't even matter whether they win this match, whether they lose this match, or whether they get points or not. But the main factor is for all these teams, even OnePlus Cincinnati kids, they are pretty much safe and sound. They've crossed the 150 marker. God's Reign will be having their drop. Even IQOOSOUL, this is a different strat. It's really unusual for them to go down to the Southern Island, this time again going against True Rippers in those small compounds. taking those early fights might be something which can give them either a head start or a big setback, because for IQOOSOUL, this match is really, really important. If they want to qualify for the top 8, this is a match where they at least need to score most likely 5 to 6 points minimum.
Oh, I would say it's trouble land for Wild Fangs. All of a sudden, from a really good start to sitting at 7th currently. The Team Venom, yet again, the sword is on their necks as well. Both of them need to go ahead and somehow get those finish points alongside position advantage as well. But like you rightly mentioned, IQOOSOUL, they're here to go ahead and bleed the others. So good initiations coming in from all the end. Gokul on the other corner did manage to get a knock or two, but this is not yet over. Sam is already here. He needs to go ahead and get those vengeance being staked out real soon, and that's where two Rippers are shining in and chiming in at the same time. God's Reign, they're also there towards the southern island itself. If they hear all of this commotion, they would also love to take a piece of the pie.
Just wondering, there's so many teams, Hero Extreme, Godlike, IQOOSOUL, True Rippers. They're all here. Punk has been taken down. Instantly, Knuckle gets a retaliation. That's not good. Mani was knocked and confirmed. Now Knuckle is down. Hero Extreme, Godlike, they're spoiling the games for IQOOSOUL. If they lose here, they will have to pray to the gods for their qualification, the top 8. Hero Extreme, Godlike is just here to pull down IQOOSOUL in the LCQ. This is a position where you don't want to risk it. This one change in decision can cost a lot to IQOOSOUL's side, as Gokul is the last player surviving. Against him, it's going to be an entire group of True Rippers. They want to take the shot. Gokul is in a very low HP, doesn't have a healing to work out with, and that's going to be the end of the line. 1 point is what IQOOSOUL will take away from this very last map of Erangel. I'm not sure whether that will be enough for them to qualify or not, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're just inbounds of True Rippers. Ninja was in the close vicinities, but now all the 4 players are charging with everything that they've got against them.
It's anyone's game now. It's anyone's game. IQOOSOUL currently sitting at 113 points. They can be taken right off. And this was not the right fight that they had to choose right in the beginning. So no, that's where they have fumbled right across. Blitz on the other end. They also want a piece of this fight, taking long range shots all across onto True Rippers. One by one, they are taking the HPs down, but ultimately they're not rushing forward, as they already know that there is Hero Extreme Godlike in that vicinity present to take charge at any given moment.
Wondering how things are turning out. One bad decision can change so many things. But now, all those teams right here you see, out of which only Blitz Esports is somebody who can have a shot. But it's like Blitz had almost 114 points. From there, if they want to qualify, it's a big jump. They do have one finish, 4 players still standing. In front of them, there is 2 teams, True Rippers and Hero Extreme Godlike. At least 6 finishes is what Blitz can take away from this entire Nova Ripnoi fight, if they want to and if they are successful enough. Just imagine, Ozora, 6 finishes on in addition to 1 more, 7. You get a really good head start for this last match of Erangel. And if you can manage to take more than 10 plus finishes and a chicken dinner as well, Blitz might have a chance to barely qualify in the top 8.
Yep, and the nade bounces back. Tokyo. The moment he looked, he just saw that the nade is bouncing back or the nade is coming in from Jelly. He's like, wait a second, I need to back off from this area. And that was a really good decision from there. And Blitz still playing it very slow, uncanny situation. And True Rippers are the ones who are stuck in such a bad spot. One side Blitz, they're already having such a good advancement towards them. On the other end, it is Hero Extreme Godlike. Both of them here to just sandwich the current team, which is True Rippers. I mean, they don't even have to worry about their points at all. They're already long qualified, sitting at the second spot, I would say. So overall, it's a warning sign for 2 others. Blitz alongside Hero Extreme Godlike. How well can they dominate is the question now, Necros.
So the fun fact is that Hero Extreme Godlike, we do know, right? the kind of points that they had previously was not enough to even compete for the top 8 spot. So what they did was to just pull down the teams who are on a verge of qualification, who have not yet kind of confirmed their slot. But right now there are a lot of rotations going to and fro in the motion across farm split, and you do see this team Forever Esports, and behind them it's going to be ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. Forever Esports, they haven't had a really great outing in the entire upper brackets, but right as of now it's going to be ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids in front of them. Having lost Phoenix, it's going to be a tough battle for Forever to deal with, but ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, are they going to go for a blind rush? I don't think so. They have been really very calculated.
Not at all a wise decision, and that's the reason they're going to be playing it very calculated, like you mentioned, Necros. Lucifer, good that they've already gotten rid of the bullies, that is ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. And now that the course is entirely clear, they're choosing for a different approach altogether. Zaref, he's so well aware that the rotation has been called in, but it's good that ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids did not take any shots whatsoever from one corner to the other, as they know the chances, the stakes are way too high. Losing a single player can yield to a much more deadly or fatal result rather than keeping every single one of them in your pocket and then later on having an explosive stance. But yeah, talking about the place where nobody has broken the silence. Right now, playing the perfect neighbor role. True Rippers, Blitz, Hero Extreme Godlike. It's the test of patience. And the one who breaks it either might break the bones of the other players or might as well break his own backbone.
Just wondering, it will be a tough position for Blitz, as they do have a shot of qualification right now as IQOOSOUL. They have been eliminated on earlier note. So for the teams those who were lying quite below in the overall standings, they were praying so that the top teams do perform better and they might have a chance to qualify. But right now, IQOO Orangutan maybe some or the other way are helping around those mid teams, because Cincinnati kids, they are being taken down one after another. AKOP confirms 2 of the finishes, while the other players are still chasing the remaining ones. Flock and Zaref out for a run, and it seems like Flock is kind of confined in a position. He has to take a fight, and eventually he will be taken down as well, and Zaref remains the last player surviving.
Not for long though, not for long. Wizjar already taking those shots out of the car. He did quickly swallow those seats. The last one standing, Zaref did manage to take one player, but that's it. That's it. Rayron was the only man that was blundered down to death, but the others are still surviving. They're still running around. Mayhem. The Apes, after getting one winner in a chicken dinner in the entire day, they're looking really, really good. But I don't think so it's enough for them to even head towards the top 8. They need to do something much better than that, what they've already accomplished.
Oh, exactly, but look at that. The silence has been broken. Blitz, Rambo has opened up the gates. It's True Ripper's Jelly who has been taken down. This is a great opening for Hero Extreme Godlike, and now they're all going in. But Blitz setup is just too brilliant. They might just wait afar and wait for these two teams to collide. And right now, Sam has to do a lot more heavy lifting if True Rippers wants to fight a tad bit longer.
Oh no, Sim, you should have known better. You should have known what will happen to you the moment you're gonna enter in. Easy to wipe, still there around the vicinity, knows that he's gonna get something more out of the situation. I believe Jonathan is already knocked, and the other one, Punk, is still surviving with his last breath, using every single thing in his arsenal, but unfortunately, the entire team cannot make the cut. Hero Extreme Godlike could not do much there. They are out of this entire situation in the map of Erangel. Alongside, I believe they're heading towards the lower qualifiers now.
No doubts about it, but now that's a really good start for Blitz Esports. 4 finishes backed up, not a single casualty. Even they have a clear path rotating towards the circle, so there's no problems with that. And now the main question remains, how are they gonna implement their strats further deep inside the game? But now look at the esports. Side area very close proximity, and Lucifer might just be the first one to fall prey in the hands of Kyoya. Kyoya has been popping off really well, while Forever Esports, they will be holding on to that compound for a tad bit longer.
Rotations being called in way too close in the vicinity. Every single one of them right now is playing with fire. LIKHITA is shots fired on them as well. Forever. They want something to do with this entire situation. I can see the way the entire team is just rounding off that one player, but he is fighting back fierce. He's taking the entire commotion to his own hands and somehow getting the benefit of the entire doubt. But Bukar, unfortunately, he's also been taken down and out for the count. Forever. They are playing it cautiously, but little do they know that the apes are already around the corner, around the vicinity, and they want more. They already shut down the entire team of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, and now they're up for something more.
Final nail in the coffin. Forever Esports, they take an exit, but AUTOBOTZ hops in. Kyoya is showing the back. He just knows how to fire, but as soon as the gun goes on a reload, it's gonna be a problem, but no, it's not! Kyoya, you beauty! He finds one, but eventually Aru steps up with the battle with the DBS, but Kyoya, he is still surviving, and he's making things possible for LIKHITA Esports. This man is built different. Kyoya, take a bow, but still, there is still a job left to do for Rising Inferno Esports. They intercept this battle. Wizgod cooks up a brick nade. This should do the job, but before that, even Goten runs him over. IQOO Orangutan, they take an exit. 2 finishes registered in the name of Rising Inferno Esports, but the demonstration of resilience that Kyoya gave was still something that will stay in my heart rent-free.
Oh my god. Every single spot, there's so many fights being brewed up. And look at that, 8 teams all of a sudden in just a matter of stage 2? My god. This speaks volumes that every single team is out here for vengeance, they're out here for blood, and that's what they're getting all this time long. Moneymakers. The previous game was absolutely amazing, and now, moving forward, they have the momentum alongside the position advantage as well. God's Reign, they are the one who are in the deficit. And in order to create those rooms, in order to go ahead and create such good opportunities, they need to take fights mono and win them.
What did we just witness a few moments ago? So many fights. We left with 8 teams in just stage 2? Can you imagine? This is a fight. This is a map which was supposed to be really very complicated. But it seems like everybody has some different storylines to tell. And this is good in some way or the other, if you think in a different perspective. Rising Inferno Esports, they will be pretty happy. BLITZ Esports, they will be pretty happy. They don't have to deal with a lot of teams, but for BLITZ Esports, it has to be a long journey because they do need a lot of finishes if they want to qualify.
Rising Inferno. The team has been confident today. They look pretty good. They look pretty neat. But whenever it comes to coming towards the final circles, they've always been bitten right off. So yeah, in order to go ahead and control this entire situation, they need to somehow find the perfect cheese stance for them. AUTOBOTZ on the other end, lovely rotation. They're taking a scenic route, heading all the way towards shooting range. They know that there might be a free B right across that corner, but they need to find him. They need to hunt that person down. Venom Gaming, both the players are so vastly split. I don't know what's going on in their head.
This is throwback memories of what happened in Chennai 2024, the Red Bull MEO. All the 16 teams flew down to Chennai to play the LAN Grand Finals. You can see all the teams, those who were a part of it, VASISTA Esports, they were the champions. At this time, even VASISTA Esports, they're looking really promising. Can they lift the trophy of Championship 2025? If they can, then it can mark that 2 back-to-back BGMI IPs of Skyesports going towards a single organization, winning by a single organization.
Restocking, refueling, spray god. Ready for any fight. And God's Reign, they're looking for blood. So far, they haven't headed with that blunt force approach. They're taking things very slow. They're understanding, dissecting, and every single thing is falling on the right piece for them currently. They have one elimination point, they have one finish point, which is really good, but it's just that they need more than just one. And if you talk about Autobots, there is some kind of a late rotation coming in from their end. They're taking things even more slow than usual. And that one rival team, the arch nemesis Blitz, they did not show up in Georgia Poll. So they're very upset with that fact.
Whether are they upset? That's a question.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it could have been a really good battle right there in Georgia Poll's Northern City. And we all
Yeah.
love some drop clashes. So, yes, I'm upset.
Man, you literally witnessed 3-4 teams fighting in a single
Hey, that
compound.
was military base. Military base's usual area. That's their adda, man. That's one of the places that all of these teams love to head towards. But Georgia Pole is one of the cities so isolated, such good scenic route, and all of a sudden you see fight there. Imagine. Wow.
Okay. It seems like Ozora wants to play a classic match. Don't worry, Ozora, we're gonna play after the broadcast ends. We can drop in Georgia Pool and have some fight. But for
Yep.
now, the situation seems a little bit congested in this area because it's not just about Moneymakers being in that position. It's gonna be God's Reign and Joker. He was way too in the open. The shots being fired from Apple will reveal his position. But Moneymakers have decided that they are already on a move to find a better location for their hideout or hangout spot in this map of Erangel. They don't have any finishers to work out with. Moneymakers, they've almost sealed the deal after the performance that they showcased us in the previous match of Miramar. But I still feel like being on the safer side, at least try to grab 4 to 5 points. That should be more than enough for them.
Yeah. On the energy side, go grab Red Bull.
Exactly. That can give you wings. And that might just help you fly up in the overall standings.
The bird eye view. I thought you were about to say the bird eye view would be absolutely amazing for multiple teams, but okay. Flying by and overtaking other teams on the overall leaderboard. That also sounds really good. That sounds amazing, to be honest. Okay, the fans, they're proceeding with rapid succession. Moving forward, they want this entire vicinity to themselves. Can be a good idea, but God's Reign right across the corner. Behind them, it is Moneymakers. My God, this is such a pickle up situation. Anuj, he's being shot from every single direction. He's been burned down to crisp as well. Oh boy. Not a good sight whatsoever. Sensei, finally I see him. Usually, he's the first man who's been toppled down for the likes of Wildfang, but now he's still alive. So the ray of hope of clutches are still gonna be there for the likes of Wildfangs. God's Reign.
Oh.
Preparing for Afterlife. Destro absolutely got destroyed with the shotgun shots which were pounding right upon him. Delta on the other end, he is safeguarding the entirety of the team. But how well can he do that? Good nades being bounced off from Anuj. And no casualty whatsoever from the likes of Wildfangs. The other two are still away from the entire location. God's Reign, not at all a good movie for them, to be honest. Still going ahead. Delta, he's reviving his fallen comrade. This can be a lost cause. The nade is gonna bounce, but no, it does not do any chip damage whatsoever. Delta PG, armed and ready. He wants to take this battle. He does not want to shy down at all. But look at the amount of nades being showered upon his window. It's like every single time he looks towards the window, finds an opportunity, it's gonna be seized away.
The names being utilized, there is no more utils, I believe, on the side of God's Reign, and this is a really tough fight for them. Wildfangs have taken so much time, but it seems like Apple, he has got one opening. Wildfang, Sensei, has been taken down, but Destro will be taken down by Spray God. Whoa, from this much distance, it is a big opening towards the side, but God's Reign, Delta, PG falls short as well. Praise God and company, one after another, the players are getting taken down. There's still one last player surviving. Who is it going to be? Is it Apple? I feel so, because Destro and Delta were playing all together, and Apple is the only one in a different compound. He's trying to survive as long as possible. God's Reign, This was a match which was supposed to be a very important one where they had to get a lot more points, but this time they only have 2 finishers to work out with and a single player who is standing alone against the odds. While Wild Fangs, they will be pretty happy with the kind of finishes or the position that they have inside the circle for now.
Oh, just one finish. The others were stolen. Money makers, all of a sudden, they're also chiming in this entire battle. But I hope that from the likes of God's Reign, Apple becomes the apple of the eye for the entire squad. He is still yet to prove himself, how good he can play, how good he can go ahead and clutch out the situations. So far, it hasn't been a really good addendum for the entire lot of God's Reign. So it's about down time that he can prove that he is lethal and he can bring that big bucks for the entire team. God's Reign, still stuck in one compound, last man standing, and the others are slowly inching close towards the compounds which is being currently held by Wild Fangs.
All the teams in the mid-table of overall standings, they are surviving in the top 8. Everybody will be rewarded with at least 1 placement point for sure. But for Rising Inferno Esports, they just don't need 1 point. They need more than that. And for that thing to happen, if they want to get some more points in their bag, they need to go a tad bit more aggressive. The circle has shifted towards the eastern side. The double barn houses will still be inside the circle. Well, VASISTA Esports on top will be also having some good views towards the battlefield of what is happening and how they can benefit from it. I'm just waiting. If VASISTA gets taken down and out, this entire battle between the 7 teams becomes really, really incredible.
I love the way they're keeping the entire composure. Moneymakers absolutely taking things very slow. They know that the circle is right in front of them, not gonna be so agitated with the entire situation. But now they're agitating themselves. They want to take the entire place where Wildfang is currently sitting at, and that was the biggest mistake that they ever could make. Safe, he's gonna come in with a cleanup crew, take him down as well. But Apple from the back line, he was ready for this battle. He was waiting for Moneymakers to go ahead and initiate things, and that's where he shines. What a devious lad. Praise God, knows the final location of Joker, and look at him. Eyes trained on the prize. And I believe Moneymakers, they soon might fold. They soon might crumble. Jatin, well, for now, he's cooking a nade yet again. Apple on the attic. Apple yet again ready, amped up, but the nade is dropped down. He needs to dodge himself from that as well. But look at him. He's performing. He knows that the team is in dire need of getting out of the finish point. But one mistake, and he goes down to Apple.
God's Reign, they're eliminated in the 7th spot. Rising Inferno Esports, they will be pretty happy with the performance, but it seems like BLITZ is going all in, but Goten welcomes Dazzler with the bang of the S12K. This is a really important match for BLITZ Esports. They have had a really good start, but right now they need to put up a good end. That's a really big task. 3 finishes for Wild Fangs. They were already in the top 5 or top 7 as we speak, but right now they were also in a dire need of points. They are surviving. They're in the top 6, but VASISTA Esports, they're just literally taking all the fun. 6 finishes is what they have taken away from this entire map of Erangel so far, with all the 4 players still alive. And Tokyo cooking up a Molotov, just waiting for the right place to drop it out. Goten, he's been a pure menace, but the Molotov did not connect or did not go to the exact place where it was supposed to be. And Tokyo, if you stay out in the open like this, you can be a free finish to any of the other team. Those are trying to enter the circle. The compound is favoring. The compound is there inside the circle, but it will reap a lot more disadvantaged situations for the likes of BLITZ Esports.
Tokyo, he's messing with fire. I hope he finds the compound as soon as possible. He's still running around, trying to be that distraction, but he's to wipe. He's been taken down. BLITZ on the other end. Wait a second. He nades himself.
Exactly.
Rambo, wake up. And Goten, he find that perfect nade from his end. That's it. BLITZ not able to survive for that long. all of those players who could be a really good addendum, who could be something better for this overall situation, it's all down to those nitgrits. Two players surviving. Autobots having the perfect cover as well, but unfortunately there are players taking left, back and center as well. It is VASISTA who's taking the charge, who wants to run forward and just call in all the shots and make the opponents suffer from their wrath.
VASISTA Esports spoiling the dreams of Autobots. One after another, the players are getting confirmed. The circle is still in the favor of VASISTA Esports. There's no doubt it has left the entire double barn house, and right now Wild Fangs, they have to come down as well. Anush was taken down. Praise God. Can he do something special? Because he is doing so. He's found down Zin, Viper, both of them confirmed, but Jatin says thank you very much. He comes up close and personal and finds down Trace God. Rising Inferno Esports. They have a different storyline to tell as they are still surviving in the top 4 alongside Autobots, Ralphie. VASISTA Esports carry Jord, he's there. But that doesn't matter. VASISTA Esports have qualified long before Rising Inferno Esports. They are rising above the ashes. And we do see PMW IGL. He's going for a heal battle, but he doesn't have any more first aids left. He has to take an exit. 9 finishes is what Rising Inferno Esports they have for themselves. And if they finish in the top 3, they will at least walk away with 5 points of placement, which is really important for them.
I love the way they took the gamble. One player stood out in the blue zone trying to heal himself, and the others just went ahead with the sheer execution. So overall, a lovely strategy coming in from there. And Scary Jaw, the last man standing over VASISTA, still popping all of those pills, still popping all of those Red Bull cans in order to survive for a longer time and run inside whenever the time needs him the most. So far, he's going to be happy that he's inside the circle, but the circle, when it shifts, we will understand what's going to happen next. Venom Gaming on the other end, they're also onto their own heal battle. Right now, having, I believe, more than 30 first aid kits. So it's really, really good from their part to go ahead and initiate such good fleets. Oh, aimbot, it's down to 2. Yeah, of course. Stage 8, it's going to be a lot of damage pondered upon him. So finally, he's going to be resting as soon as possible. But he has done a lot of heavy lifting for the entire team, bringing them towards top 3, important. And he has accomplished this impossible feat as well. Goten on the other end, he's also going for his own heal battle. Ralphie is still stuck outside, but those shots taken were not going to heal that much. Ralphie, he's zeroing in on the location. VASISTA, the one player who was surviving for a really long time, he has been taken right off. But that nade was so good. Eventually did not give any kind of splash damage though.
I'm not sure. Jatin, he has definitely not spotted out Ralphie, but he was just right in the open. 9 nades being taken out by Jatin. 1 Molotov, 1 smoke. What he has to work out. Goten, 12 first aids on his name, and he's going to go for the heal battle. Autobots, they will at least have 6 placement points for themselves. And right now, Rising Inferno Esports just waiting for their one last finish. Jatin is on a roll. Jatin is on the right, but can Ralphie take him down? A lot of shots being fired. Jatin will be taken out, but Cody comes up from behind. The deed is done. That is going to be another finish being registered. Ralphie is down.
Oh my God!
Rising Inferno Esports.
They could not.
They won't get the chicken dinner. It's going to be Autobots to walk away with the 10 placement points. Oh my God!
The teams came with a plan of alternative, but the plan B was equally good for Autobots. Till the very end, Toxic just surviving, and that heal battle was just lovely to watch.
Oh my God, what in the world just happened? It was a game, it was a 10-point game for Rising Inferno Esports. They got 11 finishes altogether. It should be more than enough. It should be more than enough for them to cross the qualification line. But right as of now, 11 finishes, 6 placement points, 17 points is what Rising Inferno Esports will be walking away with. But talking about Autobots, they will have 11 as well.
This could have been so much better for teams who are not relying on those heal battles, if not for the new meta. I mean, this is the reason why T1 teams tend to love the new meta. There could be somebody out in the blue healing themselves, waiting, thanking their stars, the blue zone damage being dealt. All of it is going to take place when it comes to this kind of a meta. But coming back, since every other team have got enough number of points, we'll have to wait and watch which are the 8 teams which will be going through. That's the big question. For those who are really good at math, hope you guys can reveal in our chat which are the few teams who have qualified already, because it was way too fast, it was way too close for us to calculate, and I hope the production is doing a better job than we are.
Exactly, and there are a lot of calculations going in my mind as well, just thinking about which team has qualified, because we do know, right, that the top 3 teams, they've already made their mark. VASISTA, True Rippers, Learn From Past, even counting in Cincinnati Kids. So 4 teams, they have got the golden ticket. There's no doubt about it. Nothing taken away from there. But it was all about the final 4 slots. And some or the other way, this match had some different fates for all the teams. Like, all the last 6 to 7 teams, those who were surviving, were all contending for the 4th spots.
I mean, I still feel that AUTOBOTZ did something out of the box. They're like, you know what? We might need an average of 10 or probably 11. So why don't we just heal battle and see? Why don't we push our luck and see whether we'll be able to attain that? And as soon as they lost players, they had that resort. And this is what I've been telling from the beginning. If you feel that your team, can do better with a heal battle, there is no reason for you not to do so.
Again, with the replay, Red Bull replay, we can get a gist about what happened. You know what? Jatin was doing extremely well until and unless it was all about Goten, who was not focusing on spotting the enemies because Ralphie was just right in front of them. This one knockout turned the entire game upside down for Rising Inferno Esports. I mean, they still have 6 placement points, but they could have gotten more 4 additional placement points for themselves and a chicken dinner, which would have been the 3rd chicken dinner for themselves in the overall upper brackets. But if it was just few moments ago, few seconds, then things could have been different, and even Jatin wouldn't have been knocked out. And maybe even after having a heal battle, Toxic was like, okay, I'm not winning, I'm going to be finishing in the 2nd spot. Because I'm 100% sure, Arka, even AUTOBOTZ never thought that they will be getting a chicken dinner this time.
Absolutely. Now, the stars have aligned for AUTOBOTZ for them to attain this chicken dinner. Now, let's see whether the stars have aligned for them to make it into the top 8, because they were very close. Even they were one of the teams to contest for that 8th spot, 7th spot, or probably the 6th spot because of the way they've played so far. I think they had around decent amount of finishes in comparison to the others. They were also relying on heal battles every now and then when required. So these are the few teams we'll have to watch out for when it comes to the grand finals as well, because just in case the new meta is going to be played in the grand finals, then these teams are going to have such a bad time with not able to assault, not able to convert those 4v4s. They're just going to be free finishers walking in the land.
Yeah, exactly. And as you've mentioned right now, even teams will be thinking, excuse me, is it going to happen like that? Okay, then that's something which will be a little bit more challenging. But when we just talk about it, I don't know. I just want production team to just showcase us the overall standing just now. I can't just keep my patience. I am one of those fans who is deliberately looking and maybe calculating within my mind that, okay, this team has qualified. Okay, that team has not qualified.
But I can break the ice for you. I can tell you that VASISTA, True Rippers, and Learn From the Past have qualified.
Wow.
Yeah, you are the person who has put it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Arka. Thank you very much. A very, very important information. But also, when we talk about one of the most important information, is that's going to be the MVP of this match. It's going to be Jatin. After such a long time, seeing this man back in the MVP charts, it feels very nice. But again, having 6 finishes on an MVP rank, he's on the 3rd spot. He's done an incredible job as well in today's day. Rising Inferno Esports, they have had a tremendous roller coaster ride throughout this upper brackets, and finally with this match win, having 17 total points in their bag, they should be good to go, hopefully.
I mean, look at the esports. What a valiant effort. They had converted a fight against the side of OGs, and out of nowhere, they get backstabbed. And they're just going to be waiting for redemption. Just in case they find this team yet again in the lower bracket, they're just going to ponder upon them every single time given an opportunity. But as of now, VASISTA Esports again being the most consistent team in this tournament so far, and probably the fan favorites to win the championship as well, has to be VASISTA Esports. Yet again, showcasing their true prowess of trying to make it into the top 2. How many games have they done it? They've got 4 winner chicken dinner so far, and not less than 10 games we have seen them in the top 2, top 3. So that shows that in the 24 games played, at least 50% of it, they were there in the top 3.
Exactly, and now jumping on quickly onto the Red Bull replay of what happened in the final circle, we can have a gist about from where it started. Kyoya, I don't know how much appreciation does we have to give to this man. The way he has played throughout the day was incredible, but it all started with the True Rippers day. The first 2 games, all in their favor, back-to-back winner chickeners. It started with Erangel, where Wildfang also finished in the 2nd spot, and then it went down to the map of Miramar, where even Saif have put some really valiant efforts in getting some good finishes for his team. He did get some couple, but more than that, it was all about True Rippers holding on to the grounds, having a circle advantage and winning the match.
Absolutely. Now, you were speaking about Kyoya's valiant effort, but I would also try to point out that this is the performance which LIKHITA were expecting from Kyoya from the first day. It seems like the Lion has woken up way too late, but since given another opportunity, let's hope to see whether they'll be able to continue such kind of a gameplay in the last chance qualifiers. But apart from that, Sanhok map as well, it was a well-fought battle, whereas this was the game which LIKHITA Esports were looking forward to finish off in a really good way. After taking down Destro, they least expected that a shot is going to be connected from a distance against them in the name of Jatin. Every single time the name Jatin pops up on the screen, he is the one who do the shenanigans, break hearts, make sure the teams are going to bite their teeth, bite their tongue, and also feel sorry for themselves.
For sure, and even the last match, this was the moment where it was like given free hand to the players like Joker and Spray God that, yeah, it's fishing time, boys, you can go all in. But this one approach, Flock, he was that one last player who was about to get panned, but he didn't. He got... And by that, Moneymakers, they missed on to one more additional point that they could have converted. But this final fight, Jatin, he was doing everything right. Little like if he had 1 or 2 more smokes, it could have been different. But Ralphie, even that in this kind of situation, if he failed to get that one knockout, then AUTOBOTZ would have missed this opportunity of getting this winner chicken dinner. But altogether, when you just kind of sum things up, it was a great day for a lot of teams and a valiant performance from a lot of individual players.
Now, I'm going to feel bad for teams who did perform well with their finishes. Just imagine a team has got a lot of finishes and then all of a sudden they have not qualified because it all came down to the heel battles of few teams who did showcase, who did make use of it. Nothing taken away. The overall standing on our screens. Oh my goodness. VENOM Gaming did not qualify. IQOOSOUL doesn't qualify. God's rainfall shot from getting qualified. 134 is where Team VENOM stands right now. From the bottom, we have to read the names. The biggest of them all, GODLIKE at the very bottom, getting ready for the last chance qualifiers. Following them closely is going to be Forever Esports. LIKHITA, the last day is when they woke up. But I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them.
IQOO Orangutan, BLITZ Esports, they also have put up a lot of efforts, but it was way too late for them to come into the picture and qualify for the grand finals directly from the upper brackets. So they will have to play the lower brackets, the LCQs, to have a shot for the grand final slot as well. But the main thing is gonna be here. The top 8 teams, those who will be directly heading on to Bengaluru for the grand finals of Skyesports Championship 2025 are gonna be these 8 teams. Starting out with VASISTA Esports, 229 points, the table toppers with 138 finishes. Followed by that, we have True Rippers with 160, 156 for Learn From Past, 152 for ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Without having a single chicken dinner, this team has made it to the top 4 and qualified for the LAN, followed by Money Makers, 147, 141 for Rising Inferno Esports. This last game has turned the tables for this team, but while FANGS barely managing to qualify with 137 and AUTOBOTZ Esports 136. VENOM once again not able to qualify because of 3 to 4 points.
And all thanks to AUTOBOT's strategy of going in for the heal strat. Oh my goodness, the last heal, the last first aid. It's good for us to say that they've healed their way into the grand finals. But yes, the top 5 fraggers yet again. VASISTA Esports Fury is going to be on the top with 44 finishes, giving a statement to the rest of the lobby. Here comes a new man to rule in the game of BGMI. Right behind him is going to be Wildfang Trace God, who did show us some brilliance, but it's just that Fury's limelight is shining so bright, he's just going to fall short. Right behind him is Jatin, a new addition to this top 5 and a worthy opponent for sure.
Lobster, Scary Jord also scaring a lot to the other teams. He's one of the most scariest factor, I believe, VASISTA Esports is using him like, yes, you are the one who can scare the enemies off from their own places. But overall, it's all together a Royal Rumble that we witnessed in the upper brackets. All the 16 teams duking out against each other. But this top 8 teams have made the mark. They have made and crossed the qualification marker, and they will be heading on directly to the grand finals, while they will be enjoying the LCQ, which will be starting from tomorrow. And again, 16 other teams, top 8 teams from lower bracket, bottom 8 teams from upper bracket will be playing it once again for the top 8 spot in their LCQ and qualifying for the grand finals, Arka.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, with this it's time for us to say goodbye. Do not forget to follow us on our socials, and please do reshare the names of all the 8 teams which are going to be present on our socials. Do not forget to subscribe to this channel, because we are almost hitting the special 800k mark. With this is Arka signing off with Necros and Ozora. See you guys in tomorrow's stream. Until then, take care and bye-bye.